How we wait. Is this working? Yes, I see something. Right. I don't go live very often. YouTube like completely changed the way that the back end works ever since the last time I did this. So hopefully there are people here who know what's going on. I've tried to set up things. It's a little bit more intuitive. I think if I haven't done this before, this would make a little bit more sense to me. Anyway, 50,000 subscribers. I hit that a while ago, actually. But this is the first chance I've really gotten to do a special on this. And I have this really old bookshelf tour that I just unlisted like right before I went live here, because this is supposed to replace it, because that bookshelf tour is like really, really old. I was still an undergrad, and I think I had about maybe 2.5 shelves worth equivalent today. And that took like 45 minutes. But it wasn't live, it was like edited. So I have no idea how long this is going to take. I'm going to try to go relatively quickly through this. I'm sorry, my chair is all squeaky. Anyway, actually the chair, I should probably start with the chair. I mean, this is a full behind the scenes tour after all. It's part of a lazy boy that snapped in half. And ever since then I've been using it as a stool because it's much more comfortable than sitting on like a folding chair or something like that. But the bad part of that is it squeaks quite a bit. So the number of takes that I've had to do, like I did it again, the number of takes I've had to do that I've had to like redo because I moved just the wrong way and it goes, eh. You would not believe how much it's hit the cutting room floor for that. And that reason alone. Anyway, part of the reason I'm doing this also right now is I am moving. Like I'm in the process of it right now. So there's a bunch of stuff that used to be up high on that shelf that were non-music books that are already gone. They've already been packed away. They're already at their destination. Conveniently, it's right down the road, so I don't have to like do all of it in one day. But there's still a lot of stuff. And this is like the biggest amount that exists, like of any one thing, aside from like cooking utensils and things. This is certainly the heaviest. And over the years, I mean, since I started this in 2016, the shelves have only grown bigger and more complicated. And the number of different sets that I've rotated through during that time, as I've moved around and just gotten more stuff, it's always been fun to have opportunities to refix these, Ugh. This is the kind of stupid stuff that I say that I usually edit out. Reorganize these things. I've had a lot of opportunities to redo these in a couple of different ways, and this is the most unique one that I've ever done, because when I reorganized them so I could have more of the shelves, more of the books in view at any one time. So there's this over here, which has been off camera for I don't know how long, years at this point. When I reset it, instead of going by alphabetical order, I went by the birth year, in some cases like the birth date, because some of them are like really quite close together, of the composer in question. So when you start to get to the actual biographical section, which runs from about here, all the way over here, all the way over, well, skipping that, all the way down, it runs at about right here with David Byrne, Brian Eno, and then a book about spending, I think it's the 74 season with Georg Solti. It kind of runs out at some point where they're no longer biographies, but they're still roughly coordinated in terms of their the time, the dates in which they're about, or usually by the composer's birth date. But sometimes I'll have like books on certain pieces, and those will just be like wherever those happen to fall. So it's a fun way of showing the chronology, although I'm not quite sure I'll keep up with that, because I have to have like a full spreadsheet of like, okay, exactly keeping track of these birth dates to make sure that it's all, prim and proper. Over here, we don't really start until about right there. There's a bunch of books over here that I don't really use that often. There's like the Little Red Book of Musician's Wisdom, which is exactly what it says. Some of the wisdom inside comes from Willie Nelson, Prince, Elvis Presley, Duke Ellington, Kid Rock, Johann Sebastian Bach. You know, a wide range there. I'm not sure if Kid Rock's really truly ruined his reputation these days or not. Just keep hearing jokes about him. It's like, it's like a tiny coffee table book. Due to the moving process, as I talk about books, I'm just going to move them away. So then people come in later, they'll be like, why are there no books on the shelf? And you can tell them. You're loyal people who have shown up early to this. The NPR Listener's Encyclopedia of Classical Music. I think I talked about this in my early bookshelf tour, but it's a good reference book, especially if you want Ted Libby's opinions on things. Former New York Times music critic, done a lot on Performance Today on NPR. I mean, it's not the Grove Dictionary, but it's really quite something. But he does go off a lot into his own opinions on things, which can be fun, but also, like, if you're going to call it an encyclopedia, maybe tone it down a little bit. I don't know. Some general kind of music history volumes come next. That really shouldn't be here, but I couldn't find a better place for it. I'll talk about that in a second. Have various things. I'll start with probably this one. Encyclopedia of Music, which was by Barnes & Noble Books way back in the day. I'm not sure how many people actually know about this book existing, but this was my, like, introduction to the wide world of classical music. This book, like, got me hooked. This is my origin story. Because it's very well researched. It's, like, everything in here is, like, spot on. And it gave me a sense that, like, oh, there's a lot of crazy composers out there, you know, and that's kind of how I got into it. I mean, it does show its age at some point. I mean, I think it refers to, like, oh, new voices on the scene, right? John Tavener, dead. Harrison Birtwistle, dead. You know, Thomas Otis is probably the youngest in here, and he's getting to be one of the more elder statesmen at this point, I suppose. He's not too old though. So, yeah, blame that for whatever this is. A few more. I actually haven't used this that much. A History of Musical Style. This is one of those Dover reprints. It's quite dry. I mean, the text itself is in this, like, weirdly, like, indented, not quite monospace font, but it just reads super dull. But I have used it on a couple of occasions when I just can't find information on something any other way. Like Fuchs, for instance. There's some information I used in this for the Fuchs video because there's not a whole lot out there on Fuchs. And frankly, my German is passable in conversation, I think, but not the kind of thing that I can just go and, like, read encyclopedic entries in German at this stage. This, I don't really know much about this. This is a book called The Art of Music. I got this outside of I don't know if anybody here has been to, like, various used bookstores in New York City, but I actually hadn't gone to New York City until this past, like, New Year's. Not for New Year's Eve, no, but, like, traveling, like, for Christmas and New Year's. And there's a lot of them, like, are kind of around this, like, the Strand is the big one. I got some stuff here at the Strand, but there's also some, like, smaller bookstores around there. And a lot of them will have, like, shelves, carts outside of, like, really cheap books. So this was, like, less than $5. That was, like, $2. But as far as I can tell, it is one of these kind of generic music history books. There's a lot of examples in here of scores, but it focuses, a good deal, a good chunk of this is just, like, earlier music. So I expect this is going to come in handy at some point. I'd love to do more dives into early music at some point, but there's just a lot of there's a lot of research I have to do for that. I see there's some chat stuff, but I'm going to get to that after. Well, but after every shelf, I can I can look at that and interact with everybody. Analysis of tonal music. This really shouldn't be in the history section. It's more of a theory thing. I mean, this is a book on Schenkerian analysis. It is a textbook on Schenkerian theory, which I have strong opinions about. If you want to learn about Schenkerian theory, I don't not recommend this book. I find a lot of Schenkerian analysis to be, what's the right word? I'm trying to think. Karl Popper's known for this. It's like being able to disprove something. I'm completely blanking on the word right now. Falsifiable, yeah. So this is a lot of the Schenkerian theory, at least the way it's presented in this book, strikes me as very like non-falsifiable. Like anything that you could prove is like, I'm not sure this fits because of this. Schenker has like one of 30 different excuses as to why it actually fits his theory. So I've always had a little bit of trouble with Schenkerian analysis as Schenker has put it, although I do think it has a lot of really interesting insights into the way that pieces like are structured on foreground, middle ground, background. I think that makes a lot of sense. But the details of this, of like, oh, well, all music is just this one progression and there's only like these 10 composers who wrote true music. It's like, if that's really the way that Schenker thought about these things, I gotta have a hard pass on that. But again, that's one of those other subjects that I love to take a deeper dive into, because I only took one semester of Schenkerian like introduction, and that was in my undergrad. And I was lucky that they even offered something like that, because it's usually something they reserve for graduate programs. Couple more books. This is one that my parents just randomly sent me in the mail one day. I don't know why. It was quite kind. Women Composers of Classical Music. This, if you really want to know, especially on some more obscure figures, right? If you want like Florence Price information, there's much better sources. This is just going to give you the overview. The 369 biographies in this small bit of a volume. Not quite the representation that you'd want, ideally. Although it's not like my shelf is like that great on it. I have been consciously trying, but the number of publications out there are still quite slim. And then this is actually falling apart. Similar book, although it's quite a bit thicker, and it comes from, I think, maybe the 70s. It looks at 1150 through 1950, and copyright 1986. So, it's a well-loved book. I believe I got this at the Strand. Speaking of New York City establishments, and this is, I haven't really had a chance to do. I mean, there's so many things I'd like to have more time to do. There's just trying to do a PhD and do this kind of stuff on the side. There's only so many hours in the day. It goes into much more detail on very specific composers. Like there's a larger chapter on Barbara Strozzi and women composers in Italy from, like, again, relatively long eras. But it's not like, oh, you get like half a page on this one composer, which is what this is more like. So, I mean, if you're really in the market for that, just want to like listen to a bunch of female composers, that might be a good starting point. But for deep dives, not exactly something I get for myself. Sorry, Mom. Squeaky chair. A couple more. Medieval music. Something that I think I got this one at a used bookstore in Wellfleet. Yikes. Wellfleet, Massachusetts. There's a couple of really interesting used bookstores there. Like, it's on Cape Cod. Not a lot of people know where that is offhand, but Cape Cod they do. It's part of the Norton Introduction to Music History series, so it is. I mean, it really is just looking at all medieval music and different types of theoretical concepts, notation systems. I would love to do like an introduction to medieval music, or an introduction to like how to read old types of notation. It's something that I've had limited experience with because it's not really something that I've gone out of my way to study. You can't study everything. The more I speak, the more I realize it's like there's so much I don't know. But there's like that Socrates quote, I think it's like true wisdom is knowing what you don't know, or something like that. But we just got a domino going up there. Are you quite done? This is just a book on, well, it's not really a fun cover. It's a book on Brazilian music, which I got, I think also in Wellfleet. It is organized by genre, mostly. So this is actually a German scholar, I believe, who has gone with a really, really deep dive into Brazilian music. And it's fairly readable, but I have not had a chance to, well, it's not, I keep using that term. I haven't really had a reason to look at this because I haven't looked at like a significant Brazilian composer in a really long time. Which, you know, maybe I should find an excuse to do that so it's not just sitting on the shelf. You know, a lot of people are like, oh, you know, you've read all these books on your shelf. It's like, that's amazing. It's like, no, I haven't read all the books on the shelf. A lot of these are reference books, so like you wouldn't really like go through them and read them like a normal volume. But also, I use a bunch of other resources, especially at my school's music library and also through like just their physical and their online resources. And on top of that, there's a bunch of articles and dissertations and theses that if you look at the sources for my content, you can see, you know, usually there's a book or two, but there's a lot more other stuff, a lot of reading that I do for specific composers when I do deep dives. And there's only so many hours in the day. So if I have like a certain amount of time that I can devote to like reading and research for like my own projects, then that's going to be devoted to, like, it's going to be devoted to reading and it's going to be devoted to research, but it's not just like what I have on the shelf. Although this is always a starting point. Like for the Elgar video that's coming out, that would have already been out except for some stupid bogus copyright claim, as per usual, which I'm fighting, but it could be up to a month before that's out. It's crazy. It's getting blocked in like half the world. I use the, you can't, there's 2 Elgar books on the shelf, but I checked out like 3 others in the library. And like if I didn't do that, then maybe I would have read other ones just for fun or gotten more content out, but then the video wouldn't be as good. And because I'm reading mostly for content creation, that's what the case is. Let's see. Got a bunch of small ones. 2 translation/studies by Alfred Mann. So this is study of fugue, study of counterpoint. This just comes from the classic Fuchs text. This is a compendium of different fugal treatises over the years that Mann has compiled and translated for us. So you can see the development, not just from a theoretical, but also a pedagogical perspective. Like how were important big names in theory and in the pedagogical world thinking about how to write fugues and how to teach how to write fugues over the years. With Fuchs, you know, I do teach out of Fuchs sometimes when I'm like giving counterpoint lessons. I do give private lessons on Zoom. Hint, hint. Help fund my move. Just kidding. You can give me money even without a lesson if you want. Kidding. Also not. The Fuchs volume it's good. I mean, it's a classic for a reason. Beethoven worked out of it. A lot of people have like done all the stuff that's in this book. But I think Fuchs is actually a little bit lax sometimes. I don't have it on my shelf, but there's some volumes by Knud Jeppesen. Don't know if this is, don't know if I pronounce it Knud or Knud Jeppesen, who's gone a deep dive into Palestrina and the polyphonic vocal style of his era. And that's more of what I was taught out of, as opposed to just the straight Fuchs. Fuchs gives you, I think, more leeway. And when teaching counterpoint, I kind of want to go to the really hardcore stuff. This is a really funny book, and I really enjoyed it. It's a non-scary way to get into tuning theory. How Equal Temperament Ruined Harmony and Why You Should Care by Ross W. Duffin. I got this from my friend Karina, who had 2 of them, so she gave one to me. Thanks, Karina. And trying to explain tuning theory, and I tried to do this a little bit with an undergraduate course that I taught last semester, kind of getting into why these things exist and trying to explain just intonation and well temperament in the circle of fifths to mostly an audience of undergrads who are not music students. And I mean, this is pretty much the way to do it, because it can be very scary, it can be very overwhelming, and there's a lot of math involved. So if you want to teach that, then you have to understand how people have taught that to, again, kind of a broader audience. And this is not the kind of super intense tuning theory book. Dr. Carl, in my interview with him, mentioned The Arithmetic of Listening by Kyle Gann. I think that's more along the lines of the specialist's guide to different tuning systems. Kind of a classic text here, the Adam Carse History of Orchestration. At this point in history, I think that this is much more of a historically interesting volume. Reading it not as for the information as much as for historiography, the history of talking about history, I think is a good definition of that. Don't know offhand. So this is published in 1925. So this ends basically with oh, Debussy, he's so novel and amazing, he's so great. It's not relevant to the contemporary orchestrator because things have changed so much since then from both a technical and a practical perspective. There are plenty of other orchestration books. And again, this is more of a history book. There's plenty of other orchestration books that are about the art of orchestration that we can get to in a second. Oh, grab a few more. We're almost up to the biographies. This is one of my favorites. Lexicon of Musical Invective by Nicholas Slonimsky. The classic volume of all the bad reviews that you could possibly imagine. And it's really funny to just read all the terrible reviews that these famous composers and these amazing pieces have gotten. It sort of puts into perspective the, and highlights the Sibelius quote about, no statue has ever been erected to a critic. She didn't live to see Roger Ebert, but, I mean, everything in here. When I first got this, I literally read through all of this in one sitting. And it's supposed to be a little bit more of a reference volume than something to do that with. But Slonimsky, it's almost like Slonimsky, who has a great sense of humor, his sense of humor kind of comes through in this compendium. It's really great. There's a book by Robert Erickson called The Structure of Music, A Listener's Guide. I got this on recommendation by a composer that I was talking to, and for the life of me, I can't remember who it was. But it wasn't for the channel for any reason. It's a little bit along the lines of something I don't have, but something I checked out from the library recently, which is a book by the late great Marty Boykin called, I can't really see it, called Silence and Slow Time. It's sort of this is a little bit more geared towards the expert, whereas this is a little bit more for the average reader. So this is sort of somewhere between Introduction to Musical Analysis and the How Equal Temperament Ruined Harmony in terms of how it's aimed, what its target audience is, I should say. But you can almost tell that this book is a little bit more about, how do I want to put this? It's intended for an audience that's clearly a lay audience, but a lay audience that's a little bit more attuned to what music is. Like in 1955, there was just a little bit more general cultural awareness of the elements of music and of famous composers, and it was more often that people just went to orchestra concerts back in those days. So things really have changed because, in part because society has fractured culturally because there's so much more content out there. There weren't just, 3 TV channels. There weren't just like a few cultural things to go to. There's a zillion things you can do with your time these days. Even during COVID, I think there were more things to do out and about than there were, at least in some jurisdictions, than there were back in the 1950s. So this is an interesting book in terms of its, should hold these up more so you can actually see instead of putting it down here. Historiography is interesting, but also it's a nice way to be introduced to the structure of music. Let's see, I talked about this. There's an interesting bit in here about, you can see my ring light a little bit, ooh, behind the scenes. There's an interesting bit in here about Schenkerian analysis that I wanted to quote, and that's why I checked it out of the library, even though I'll be lucky if I get a Schenkerian video out this summer with all my copious free time. Right, now we're getting to the biographies. Henry Purcell. The rule of thumb is that if I've done a video on the composer, I have read the book. And if I haven't, I usually have not. So I picked this up late last year, early this year, because I knew that at some point he's not like an obscure composer. Eventually I'm going to do a video on him. Sorry, I can't say everything about every book, which is probably good because then I'd be here literally all night. Get some more down here. It's gonna fall. All right. The Scarlatti Kirkpatrick volume. And if you're a patron, you will see that what I try to do, at least, is do book reviews to give my thoughts on every book that I read for the videos themselves. So not to reiterate too much, but this is still, as much as Kirkpatrick has been corrected by other scholars over the years, this is the starting point. It's a little bit more about his times and giving the context for Scarlatti's life, which if you see my video on Scarlatti, a lot of that is hugely relevant. But I think Kirkpatrick goes like way out of his way to bulk it up because we don't need the excessive amount of context that he provides. And like there has been some fudging of some numbers a little bit, right? The famous 555 number, which I have been complicit in perpetuating. You can make an argument that Kirkpatrick fiddled with some things here and there to get to that nice number. I know I cited it in the video, but I'm not going to go back and look at it right now. A more up-to-date bit of scholarship that I checked out from the library when I did the Scarlatti video. That was a little bit more, clearly very indebted to all of Kirkpatrick's research. John Eliot Gardiner, Music in the Castle of Heaven. So my friend Raymond, who, if you've seen the Vierne video, he plays Vierne in that. He has a lot of Bach books as he is an organist. And we both agree that this book is terrible. I think he probably thinks it's just dry, which I guess it kind of is. I find that it's just not very well structured. It's a little bit all over the place, and Gardiner's also coming at it from the perspective of like a historically informed Bach interpreter. But he's doing what kind of feels like it's a biography, but also not trying to be a full biography. I'd never got the sense, I've read this thing twice, I'd never got the sense that there was like a thesis behind it other than just like semi-organized paragraphs about Bach. I'm going a little too hard on Gardner, but yeah, these are my genuine opinions. You might disagree. Please do. Please get into a fight with me. I need some drama in my life. This is something I picked up when my library was downsizing. It's the music of Johann Sebastian Bach. This is, again, after I did my Bach video. So, ooh, there's someone did some markings in here. Very cute. I suspect that someone donated this to the library, and the library was like, we don't want this, we already have one. So it fell into my hands. I feel like eventually I'll do some kind of more like analysis stuff on Bach. Maybe down the road. There's also PDQ Bach, who, if you're not familiar with PDQ Bach, please do yourself a favor. It is the alter ego of Peter Schickele, which I've always heard that's how you pronounce his last name. And this is just a completely like bogus volume about how PDQ Bach's career advanced. It's a really funny read. I have debated using this for like a genuine PDQ Bach video at some point, like for an April Fool's joke. And some of y'all have actually suggested that I do that. I don't know. I feel like I kind of just be reading out of this book a little bit. It's the definitive biography. It's my book on Haydn. My Haydn video is extremely old, but I remember reading this for that, and I enjoyed it. I mean, Geringer is like one of the premier Haydn scholars. But these days, if I'm doing a video, I will try to get as many different perspectives as possible. And like, I don't really know that much about the author, or like what his biases might be. But it's Carl and his wife, Irene. Very German names. We got a big Beethoven section here. Get this done. Almost done with shelf number 1. Fantastic. Swafford is one of... Oh, almost dropped these. Swafford is one of my favorite authors. This is a huge, huge volume. There's usually at least one or two things from each of his books that are not quite on the money. I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure that he passes along this story of Beethoven and somebody else going at it like a duel of pianos, and Beethoven flips the score upside down and improvises a 30-minute fugue off of it, which turns out is probably bogus, but I'm pretty sure I remember reading it in here. He also talks in his Brahms volume about some problems, some stuff that later scholarship has found to be like a little bit wrong or problematic with Brahms's early life, and whether or not he played in like brothels. So, I mean, that aside, I think his writing is really splendid, and it is 99.999% on the money. I've run into some people who don't like his writing style, but I think that's more of a matter of personal taste rather than like thinking that he's gotten like all of his stuff way off, because he's not really like editorializing too much in these volumes. Although I have run into a lot of biographies where like halfway through you can find like the composer has some kind of like real dud, and then the biographer is just like, oh, but this piece is actually really brilliant because X, Y, Z, A, B, and C. It's like, no, maybe the piece just sucks. Like, have you considered that? This really isn't a Beethoven book. It's just called Beethoven's Skull. It's a volume by Tim Rayborn, which is one of these like funny compendiums of interesting, weird stories from the history of classical music. focusing on like the skull of Beethoven. Also Haydn's skull as well. There's a lot of people obsessed with skulls over the years. Like, the more into skulls you are, the weirder I think you are, as a general rule. Usually you don't get to see this in the videos, but it's been sitting there ever since my, I ordered it on Amazon for my Bruckner video. And occasionally I can just do this and be all weird. I'm not a very macabre person, but it's kind of fun to have a skull on the shelf sometimes. These are actually Beethoven books on Beethoven symphonies. Louis Lockwood, last I heard he was at least working on like a bigger volume or something else on the Beethoven symphonies. And this, it just goes through all the symphonies, gives you like the vital signs and vital statistics on all of them. It's pretty short. It's not everything that's ever been written on these symphonies, but it gives you a really good starting point for understanding like what you're listening to, what the form is like, and pointing out some interesting bits along the way of things that Beethoven's setting up and then paying off down the road. For the Ninth Symphony, this is a book by David Levy, who's one of the great Beethoven scholars, although I am a little bit biased. He signed my copy. He was not a professor at my undergrad. He taught for a long time at a school across town, but he was able to come in and was basically an adjunct there for a semester, giving a guest class on the Beethoven symphonies. And that's where I bought this and how I got this. And also the reason that I have all the Beethoven symphonies in Dover score, because it was much easier to just bring those to class than to kind of look something up on IMSLP. Plus, like, the Dover editions of the Beethoven, I might as well get these out now. Ugh. The Dover Beethoven symphonies, really cheap. I mean, you get all this for not that much money. But the reason they're cheap is in part because they're not really edited at all. And I remember having to take my time, each and every one of these things, counting out and inserting all the measure numbers. Plays it. So if you really want a nice Beethoven symphony score, and you really need the measure numbers, maybe think about investing a little bit more money than the Dover editions. But the Beethoven Ninth Symphony book, I mean, this is everything you've ever wanted to know about the Ninth Symphony is in this. From interpretations to all sorts of analysis about how the piece works. Different scholars have different analytical lenses through which to view the Ninth Symphony, especially the way the finale works. But it's always interesting to read like these volumes in dialogue with other authors, because for instance, Levy's interpretation of Wilhelm Furtwängler, who is like this fantastic and kind of ambiguous German conductor figure of the Nazi era. And Levy really has some fine things to say about the way that Furtwängler quite literally conducted himself, for lack of a better word, when he was asked to, or rather forced to, conduct the Ninth Symphony for Hitler's birthday celebrations. But I mean, it's out of frame right now, so I can't grab it. But I recently read a book called The Twisted Muse, which is really just about musicians in the Nazi era. And that author, I think his name is Michael Cater, has some really harsh things to say about Wilhelm Furtwängler. So like it highlights just how much of an interesting and controversial figure that he is, and that you can have two, really thoughtful scholars coming to disagreements on that. So that would be a really interesting subject for. There's so many interesting video subjects out there, so many. But that's just one of them. Brian Newbold, the Schubert volume, kind of a classic. Newbold is a figure who's been quite active in doing reconstructions and finishing off Schubert's unfinished pieces. I think Newbold is... He does that thing in this book where he'll... he's almost too attached to Schubert, I think. And it comes across that, whether or not Schubert was, like, for instance, bisexual or not, I tend to think with all the scholarship that he probably was, but that's not from just reading Newbold, because Newbold's like, he has a very particular vision of like who Schubert was, and regardless of its veracity, it at least comes across like he's really pushing, like, oh, this is my idea. These are my pet theories, but they're actually facts because I've spent so much time with him. So don't doubt that his opinions are very well informed. It's more the way it reads than the content of it, I suppose. All right, done with one shelf. I see some chats over here. What are you currently reading? The one that I just finished up actually was the Twisted News. And then actually it's not for a video, but it's an interesting, it's almost encyclopedic in the way that it reads, because it's not really super narrative based. It's almost like encyclopedia entries that are then like segued between to sometimes more successful, sometimes less successful effect. Good morning from the Philippines. Yes, well, good morning. It's always morning somewhere. It reminds me of a buddy of mine from college who would always like go up to people and say, "Good morning," even though like it would not be morning. And then I asked him, I was like, "Why do you do that?" And he goes, "It's always morning somewhere." I can't do his like super deep voice. Is this going to be 3 days long? I hope it's not going to be 3 days long. You have any suggestions for books on composition/orchestration? Some, we're going to get to those, especially orchestration. There's a lot of good orchestration books. Composition, I think, has a hard time being taught, especially from a book. It's more like you can learn composition techniques, but the way you're actually going to put those into practice is more of what you choose to do. And composition lessons, yeah, just send me an email. That information is pretty well available. A lot of composers, even like really great teachers, have said things to the effect like, "Oh, you can't teach composition." And I think that's that you really can't teach someone how to be creative, but you can give someone the tools that they can then use, basically. And you can look at what someone's trying to do in a composition and then make suggestions about how they can best do that. And I've tried to model my teaching after that, and it's I think been pretty successful so far based on the feedback that I've gotten. Marcy Voice says that I bought famous pianists and their techniques based off your recommendation. I don't remember anything that I said in that video. It was a long time ago. But yeah, that's a good book. I still stand by that. Ever studied stage band orchestration? No. It seems to be a very different thing than orchestrating for like the Western orchestra. Whose skull is that? I don't know. Some schmuck on Amazon. This is the biggest one that I could find that was like still relatively cheap, and it's not quite, I don't think it's quite life size. I also have an enormous head. My parents wanted to buy me a fez one year for Christmas. They had a special order because my head is just, I'm just so big brained. Greetings from Peru. Greetings from Buffalo, New York, where it's still somehow kind of cold. What instrument do I myself play? I'm something of a lapsed pianist at this point. I played the organ for a while. I've also had some experience playing Balinese gamelan, although I haven't done that in a hot minute. Mostly because the only gamelan that's even remotely close to here is a Javanese outfit. It's like, again, it's only so many hours in the day. I think if I wasn't doing this, I'd be much, much more involved in gamelan. But also, I know like, what? Like 5 chords on the mandolin, which is probably pretty out of tune at this point. Ugh. Sounds nasty. But yeah, this is a mandolin that I play not infrequently, just messing around with it. I've done some interesting stuff like hooking up my little lav mic to it and running it through Max MSP, which is a really interesting like signal processing software. Really powerful stuff. I also have actually played this during my Battle Hymn of the Republic video because it kept copyright striking me for like recordings of Pete Seeger that I use, which fair, but I can just sing it myself on this. Also means that I subjected everyone to me singing, which is not really my idea of a good time. So yeah, I do play this sometimes, and I was also able to give a lecture recently to an undergrad class about the Battle Hymn of the Republic and John Brown's Body, the whole really super condensed version of my video on it. And instead of playing it on the piano, I just brought my mandolin in and sang about giving Jefferson Davis diarrhea. Much to the horror of the faculty that were sitting in the audience, giving me passing judgment on my teaching abilities. Okay, where are we? Where do you store all your short biographies of figures in the title cards for them, like a text file or something? Oh yeah, the overlays. I actually have a folder. I don't really have powerful editing software, so I will make all the subtitles. Like if I talk about Bach, for instance, those are going to be a lower third, which is what's called in the industry, of the name, dates, and then information below. Those typically are the same across videos because I just save them and I store them in a file called CN subtitles, and I just overlay them on the picture every time. Because iMovie doesn't really have a good... Yeah, I'm still stuck using iMovie. Grumble, grumble, grumble. I've actually applied for I'm not sure, I can probably say this. I've applied for a grant through like the New York State Humanities thing, which hopefully, if that comes through, I'll be able to invest in like better equipment in addition to being able to actually go on more on-location shoots for videos, which would be exciting, but we'll see about that. Any funny stories about getting your mini busts? Just in the family. They were, some of them just were like in the bottom of a bin that my grandmother had. Let's see. Any suggestions of books for people who have fallen off with introductory music theory concepts like harmonic analysis to help those who aren't really good at it? I think most like introductory theory books kind of cover the same basic material. The two that I'm most familiar with from pedagogical perspective are there's a Late's Complete Musician, which I have, gosh, where is it? I see the workbooks up there. Yeah, so there's that, and then there's the volume that I learned theory out of for my undergrad was an introduction to tonal theory book by, let's see if I can find, by Aldwell, Schachter, and Cadwallader, which is a bit more of a Schenkerian approach because some of those same names are from that Schenkerian book that I showed. I mean, this is like a cut down version of it, which cost more than just getting the full book, but grumble, grumble, university bookstores, grumble, grumble. The great thing is I haven't actually had to buy a book for a class since my first semester of grad school. Everything else has been like distributed by the professors, which is great. Yeah, like if you really want to get back into theory, there's a bunch of like theory books out there that kind of get you started, and then you can skip over that which you already know. I hope that answers your question at least a little bit. Richard Atkinson, any advice on how to get a Carl Nielsen mini bust? Buddy, if I knew how to get an Ives bust, I would have been on that. I actually have looked. There's like a few companies that do this, but I don't think they do Nielsen. I think they just do like slightly bigger names, but it'd be nice to have some bigger ones. Amazon worker skull. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I tend to get like Amazon gift cards from extended family for Christmas, and that's, if I have to buy on Amazon, it's usually from that. I feel like slightly better ethically about doing that, but I can count probably on one hand like the books that I've like special ordered from Amazon to do something. That's very vague for research and stuff, because there's so many library sources out there. You play the mandolin part in Mahler 7. I don't know how hard that is offhand, but I'm pretty sure my cheap mandolin would go out of tune about halfway through anything. What's your favorite era of classical music? There's a lot of great contemporary stuff out there, but in general, I'd say the early 20th century. Right? You have like the end of Romanticism. You have so many different individual composers running around. Right? You have Scriabin and Ives like at the height of their powers at the same time. I mean, there's something special about that era. I love that you discussed wanting a fez for Christmas without compunction. I aspired to have that degree of self-confidence. I mean, it was for a Doctor Who cosplay, and you can see the fez. I think I put the fez on the shelf for my Doctor Who video. All right. Consider doing some video on South American contemporary music. I have a number of friends in my PhD cohort who are like from Argentina, and I find that there's a lot of composers that they talk about who I don't know anything about that world really, and it's always fascinating because it's almost like they have kind of their own style down there, but I don't even know really where I'd start with finding English language resources about those. Maybe I should just learn Spanish so I can, So can someone invent a few more days in the week so I can have an excuse to learn more languages and present this kind of content? Because it would be really nice. But I mean that actually speaks to a larger problem with doing something in English. Is that there's a lot of stuff in English, but if you want to learn about Romanian spectralism, good freaking luck finding some stuff that you can understand. So yeah, it would help if I knew more languages. All right, how long is this going to go? I don't know. It's not going to be 3 days. It's not going to be 3 days. I promise you that. I'm going to grab some more here. Yeah, some great questions. Yeah, keep them coming, and you can see how it's kind of like a progress bar. Hector Berlioz's memoirs. Hilarious. This guy was a complete nut in all the best possible ways. You really can't take anything he says seriously, but it is funny stuff. This is the introduction, introduced by David Cairns. So I don't know how many different translations are out there. This is, I think, a fairly new edition. Although I don't know how old the translation is. It's a pretty old translation, actually. First included in 1912. This translation first published in 2002, but the translation and original material was copyrighted in 1969, and then corrected between 1975 and 2002. So, fun. Ugh. See, I'm making these old man. I moved so much stuff yesterday that I woke up, my back was sore, and I was like, I'm making these old man noises now. Actually, I had 2 Mendelssohn books. I have not read this one, but this is I found it really cheap at a bookstore, so I was like, yeah, why not? Much older book, The Felix Mendelssohn in His Times. The book on Mendelssohn, as far as I'm concerned, R. Larry Todd's Mendelssohn, A Life in Music. I don't know if R. Larry Todd is still teaching at Duke, or if he's recently retired from there. But this is a beautiful look into Mendelssohn's life. I think this won some kind of award. Won the 2003 Association of American Publishers Best Biography Award. So not just a best musical book, best musical biography, best biography. And I think it really earns that. As I recall, he does a really good job of including Fanny in this too, so it's not just like Felix Mendelssohn. I mean, it kind of is, but I don't have a specifically Fanny Mendelssohn book, which is unfortunate. No, don't do this one. Chopin, the Man and His Music by James Huneker, who was just a big old Chopin fanboy. This is not like a viable academic source, except again for historiographical purposes, let's say. And like the introduction is basically like, yeah, this is not a valuable source. Although it's kind of funny how obsequious Huneker can be towards his favorite small boy Chopin. Grab some more. Right. German leader in the 19th century. I got this for ostensibly a theory class on German leader in the 19th century. It's not really a theory book. It is a little bit, but it goes into the major composers chapter by chapter by chapter. So there's chapters on Schubert and Schumann and Brahms. It goes all the way through Hugo Wolf and Gustav Mahler. And there's a few chapters in the back about the song cycle and performance styles and things like that. So if you really are into German lieder, sure. I didn't find this book to be super dry, although my judgment of that is perhaps a little bit more skewed because I read so many academic things. But a lot of my classmates for this, I remember they were like, "Oh, it's so dry, it's so awful." Yeah, it's like I didn't think it was that bad, but maybe I'm just biased. I'm gonna have so many books on the floor after this, I'm not gonna be able to get up. What a terrible problem to have. I remember reading the Schumann books pretty much back to back. I can't really do it at the same time, but these two books are by different authors, but I think they complement each other quite well. So here's the Robert Schumann, Herald of a New Poetic Age by John DeVario. As I recall, this book is very much talking about Schumann and his being influenced by poets and authors. I mean, Jean-Paul, of course. And that's true of him as an artist. I think that's a really fair characterization of Schumann. It's also not the only way to read Schumann. So again, this is something that if you really want to get into Schumann, I think this is a good volume, but not the only one that you need to be looking at. I think that's really true for a lot of these figures. I actually I'm running out of room down here. I gotta put them back on the shelf a little bit. And then the Clara Schumann, I mean, the cooler Schumann, of course. This was published in 1985. It won an award for writing from ASCAP. They give out the Deems Taylor Award for the best writing for the year. And Nancy Reich, I mean, this is... I'm not sure how much, like how many different volumes there are out there about Clara Schumann. Certainly more today than there were back in the day. But I remember this being a pretty fair look at what she faced in her life, and giving a lot of context for stuff that we might like take for granted sometimes about that doesn't make any sense. What was I going to say? You start talking for an hour and you start not making sense at a certain point. A lot of the stuff that we think about maybe not being as big of a deal was like a big deal back then. Or like we don't really think it was like, oh, a woman having a career, sure, fine. But back then it was just like, whoa, like you were able to do all of that and also like have 7 kids. I mean, it does a good job of really making a case for how amazing that she was just as a person, and like how in the world she was able to do all that. I have no idea. And then with Liszt, Liszt is a character that there's a lot of stuff written about Liszt, basically. And there is, of course, the classic Alan Walker biography, which is 3 volumes. It's huge, and this is this is a bit of reputation. Oliver Helm's book, Musician, Celebrity, Superstar. I like it because I think it's really well written. It reads more like a novel in some cases than a biography. You kind of forget that this is actually a real person. There's a lot of drama involved. He does a good job of highlighting all the interpersonal connections that really defined his life. But this has almost nothing on the music, like almost nothing, because Oliver Helms, at the end of the day, he's coming at it from the perspective of a historian. He's not really coming at it from the perspective of a musicologist, which is what Walker was, or is. I don't know if he's still with us. He's very old. So there's a lot on Liszt, and so I use this to illuminate Liszt's life in the video, but you can find that there's a bunch of other analyses that I took from other scholars to really talk about Liszt's music, and then I wove those two together. In part because if I had chosen to read the Walker biography, I would still be working on the Liszt video. I'd rather read, 4 different books by 4 different authors, or 4 different books where some of the books have a bunch of different contributions, rather than one person just the whole time. A couple books on famous pianists, great pianists. I remember more about this book than this book. This is a little bit more one of these reference books. It's not one of those Dover reprints, but it does have that kind of weird indentation, small, kind of dry-looking font. And this is a good volume, but between the two, Harold Schoenberg, who wrote this book, a longtime critic for the New York Times, actually won a Pulitzer Prize, enemy of Leonard Bernstein, and very opinionated too. But this does not have the problem of that some other books have, like the Libby volume. It does not have the issue where you really feeling like you're listening to Schoenberg's opinion the whole time, which I really appreciate, because he was known for being highly opinionated. Now that he's a critic, that's what he was being paid to do. Oh, into the Wagner section. I would love to redo my video on Wagner, but that's another one of those things that if I chose to do it, I know it would be like several months of work. So we'll start with I don't really particularly like this one, A Life in Music by Martin Geck. So Geck is one of the folks behind the kind of Wagner classification of works. And he knows his stuff, but he's also inclined to really sugarcoat a lot of what Wagner did and what Wagner's opinions were about things. And I think that highlights a real problem that a lot of people have when discussing controversial figures, is that either you do what Geck does and basically say, I love the music so much that I want to defend this guy, like, oh, he wasn't that bad, look, he got along with these Jewish conductors, and then conveniently, ignoring or excusing away all the really atrocious stuff that Wagner said and believed. On the other hand, you also have people who otherwise would like Wagner's music, who choose actively not to protest it or not listen to it because of his views. And in both cases, I think, even though you're coming out with completely different, on 2 different sides of the same coin, it's still this idea that the person and the art are really inextricably tied together. And I think that we can have open and frank discussions about, Wagner was not a great person. He had a lot of like really terrible views on things, but while also being clear that like it wasn't all that far removed from his time, and that's also not a reason not to like listen to or understand him as one of the most singularly important figures in all of music history. I mean, I think it would be criminal to teach music history without teaching about Wagner. And I just don't think that Geck brings that level of nuance. It's the kind of nuance that I would want to any discussion about it. The Alex Ross Wagnerism book. I have read it, The Rest is Noise. I don't have it. I've gotten into some very interesting conversations with some subscribers and some patrons about kind of behind the scenes about Alex Ross, and some people have really quite strongly against his writings. I thought that The Rest is Noise is, it's not really intended for a super academic audience, but to get the layperson interested in like the history of 20th century classical music, I think it's a great volume. Wagnerism, I haven't really had a chance to do a deep dive into this. It's his most recent publication. It's more about the ism than about Wagner, though. It talks a lot about the impact that Wagner had, not just in music, right, but a lot of the impact that Wagner had across all of culture, and that's something that we don't really take any interest in that today because it's so far removed that we don't think about the ways in which our culture today is actually deeply inspired by some of Wagner's ideas about music and art. There's another point about Wagner I want to get to when I talk about David Byrne later, but we're going to get there, I promise. Should I go faster? No, this is what I'm doing tonight. Book on the Wagner Clan by Jonathan Carr. I got this at a used bookstore in Portland, Maine, I think. That's not interesting to anyone except me. This goes more into the Wagnerian family and all of his arguably even worse descendants than he was. Because a lot of people are like, Wagner was like kind of a proto-Nazi. It's not technically true because Wagner died before Hitler's rise to power, but like his descendants really intimately, like in some cases, very intimately tied into the regime. But there's a lot of also folks who kind of escaped that and went to other places. Sometimes we'll hear about, certain other members of the Wagner family, but most of the Wagner story ends with Richard. Sometimes you think about, Siegfried had his own little career as a minor composer. And then after that, not a whole lot. And this corrects the record on that by having a nice one-stop shop for all that. A little bit more. I got a little ways to reading this one because I had to deliver a lecture on it. All right. Verdi with a Vengeance, which is a fun name. It's not really a Verdi book. It's just kind of an operatic guide. Literally, it's like the synopsis of every single opera and information about it. So it's your survival guide to the Verdi oeuvre rather than a Verdi biography. Which is a shame because Verdi is a really interesting composer. I've not done a video about him, but I know about like his role in like as a political figure in the unification of Italy. Unheard of for a lot of artists today. There's a book on Stephen Foster called Doodah, Ken Emerson, and I don't think Emerson was. He's not really a scholar. He's written about popular music for, it says in the back, 30 years. He's not coming at it from an art music scholarship, musicological perspective. The only issue I have with this book, which I'm halfway through, ish, there's not a whole lot you can say about Stephen Foster because we don't know that much about Stephen Foster. And a lot of the information that we do have was edited and whatnot by his surviving family after his death, an untimely death at that. So there's a lot of bulk in here, somewhat like the Kirkpatrick Scarlatti book that is padding it out by saying, oh, this is what the context was at the time. This is what, here's a background to this. Here's, here's the biographical details of like one of his in-laws. It's like, okay, it's interesting that he like was related by marriage to James Buchanan's clan, right? One of the worst presidents we've ever had. And I stand by that, even with some recent documents. It's fun. It's fun to read about it it's more like a tour through this era of American history, kind of through the lens of following Stephen Foster around, as opposed to a Stephen Foster book. Because if it was just a Stephen Foster book, it'd be like, like tiny. Okay, Brahms is another Swafford biography. This is in paperback, so a little bit cheaper than some of the hardback ones and some other ones. I'm going to talk about this with Swafford's book on Beethoven. Few tiny nitpicks, but mostly I think he's a really, really fantastic author. I think he did a really good job with illuminating Brahms. This is the book that I first found or figured out that the thing that I mentioned earlier, where a biographer is going to get so into like, oh, this is super brilliant, even though it's not very good. He does this with I think it's like a string quintet where Brahms puts the theme in the cello. Like I could find it just doing this. No, I can't find it that quickly. As an example of like the main theme is like a low in the cello and everyone's playing forte, and like you can't hear the cello if everyone's playing forte. So it seems like it's just kind of a mistake on Brahms's part, but he spends a lot of time being like, no, it's actually brilliant. Yeah, it's just a dud. Or a typo, No shame in that. Now I had a chance for this one. Another one I picked up late last year, Anton Rubinstein. He crops up a lot. He cropped up a lot when I was doing my series on The Mighty Handful, sort of one of these ancillary figures. Certainly we'll get back to you with more information once I actually do a Rubinstein video. History of the Steinway Company, the Steinway Saga, American Dynasty. Something, again, one of these interesting looking books that I got kind of on a whim at a used bookstore. I don't know how much of this is actually like, I mean, it seems like it probably is pretty accurate. My only concern with something like this would be like, how much is like Steinway like paying him to make them look good? Probably none. But the fact that this hefty book like this exists about one piano company, you can see why I got it. It seems like an interesting potential subject for a future video. Where am I going to put this? Down here. I'm going to put up with my old man noises. Two Elgar books that I used for the upcoming video. This is one by Diana McVeigh, which is much slimmer. Came out in, I think, 2007. Not a huge fan of the way this one is structured. Diana McVeigh is a fantastic Gerald Finzi scholar. I have her Gerald Finzi book. One of only a few scholars who are really devoted to Finzi. It's weird because this book is like almost written as though it's an introduction to Elgar for someone who doesn't know anything about Elgar, but some of it is like a reference for people who like want to get caught up but also know a good deal about his life. So I don't really know what she thought her target audience for this was. Whereas Gerald Northrop Moore, I mean, this thing is like 800 pages. This is a doorstop of a volume. and more in some of the other materials, other library books that I used and checked out. A lot of them kind of take more to task with how he, the lens to which he views Elgar. But I think a sensitive reader, I consider myself a sensitive reader, you know. By that I mean someone who's done a lot of reading of this kind of material can kind of know when someone is putting their own spin on things. And I think Moore he very much has his ideas about Elgar's psychology, and it veers a little bit towards like the kind of a psychoanalysis in some spots, but not as much as some of his critics like to claim, I think, because there's so much in here that is so thoroughly researched. I mean, there's a footnote for everything, and the few footnote rabbit hole trails that I went down for that video, I mean, it all checks out. So I do like this volume, but it's also like, if you want something this beefy on Elgar, this is your only thing. He's written several other books in Elgar, if you can believe it, but I can't imagine anything that he didn't repeat in here. All right. Almost to the end here. A few other ones. Hugo Wolf. This is one of these weird reprints where everything's weirdly indented. Hugo Wolf, I find he's very underrated. But if you really enjoy like late romantic leader, he's great. Fantastic music, really hard to analyze using traditional tonal analysis. Not done a video on him, so I can't really speak to what this book is. This is not really a good Mahler book. It's just too small. There are plenty of other great Mahler biographies, and I think some multi-volume Mahler biographies that are better than this. I just can't remember the authors off the top of my head. Not that this is bad, but it's one of these like introduction to like the Lives of the Great Composer series. There's a whole series, and they're all about this big. So you're not going to get a whole lot out of Mahler if it's this small. His symphonies alone are thicker than this. I mean, come on. Get your head in the game, Michael. And then this is a really fun volume, The Five, The Evolution of the Russian School of Music. And it's by like International Universities Press Incorporated. So this is kind of an artifact of the early Cold War. It was published in 1959. And I think it's just written in a really funny way. That it goes almost out of its way to be, what should we say? It's not quite purple prose, but there's floweriness in spots. Like, it's definitely written during a time when writing was just a little bit different culturally, and things were translated also a little bit different culturally, because Mikhail Zetlin, I assume, wrote this in Russian. It was translated by George Panin. I keep wanting to say Panini. I've completely blown through dinner time, so this may be why I'm thinking about paninis. Sorry, I thought I hit the wrong button on my streaming software there, but I think we're still good. I didn't actually use this that much for my updated video on the Mighty Handful, because I had a video on them and then individual episodes on each of the individual characters. And I found that it was much easier for me to just research all the individual characters and then put together the story of the Mighty Handful from that instead of this, which this kind of skips around a little bit. I remember reading it when I first did a video on the Mighty Handful, way back in the day. It's an interesting read from a historiographical perspective, and also just because it's clearly written in another time, and comparing it to how things are written today in in the academic world. You can see how much the way one uses language is shaped by one's society as opposed to one's individual voice. All right, more questions. We're down 2. All right, now we're 20 in. We're doing better than I thought. Are you into classical guitar and its composers? Not very much. I would always go to the guitar concerts at my undergrad because they were always really interesting. There was a ton of guitarists, and they would like come out on stage and play with things one after another. So like you barely had time to clap between them. They just sort of circled around. And there were all these composers with like I didn't know the names of. It's like it's a whole nother world. And I think it's explained by the fact that if you know guitar, you're going to write for guitar. But if you don't know guitar, the prospect of writing for guitar as a composer is kind of intimidating. Like even Takamitsu, like had a really deep understanding of the way a lot of instruments worked. I'm pretty sure he had some big help when he wrote his guitar pieces. You have a copy of Goethe's Faust. I do not. Sorry to disappoint you. Believe me, if I had all my non-music books here, I'd want to give you a tour of all my cookbooks and like all the other oddball biographies I have. And then we really would be here for 3 days. So, happy birthday, Black Mage, if that is your real name. Who's your favorite Romantic era composer? Ooh, there's so many. I've always been a Schumann fan. If we talk about like the kind of the mid-Romantic, late Romantic, I mean, Strauss, Mahler, Wolf, a lot of the really like late Germanic composers of the symphonic and lieder traditions. I think there's a lot of good stuff to be said about those. Walker's still alive. Oh, good to know. He's probably like, what, 106? Being born into the Wagner family must be a gift and a curse. Yeah. I would agree. What do you think of Alcon? I'm not really a huge fan of a lot of like that super virtuosic style. A lot of it is, I think, style over substance. Although there's some Alcon pieces that are really quite forward-looking. And so I feel the same about Alcon as I do about like kind of early to mid list, which is that there is some interesting stuff, but mostly it feels like he's just doing hard stuff for the sake of doing hard stuff. Conceptually, I like the idea that he was looking at the piano as a truly symphonic instrument, but how much that actually comes across in the recordings, I'm not super sure. Consider a video on the history of counterpoint. People use that term a lot. Like, would you consider this? I could consider a lot of stuff. Do I have time for it, or do I think it's like a research rabbit hole that is like cost benefit that I can go down when it comes to the history of counterpoint? There's just too much out there. It's too much. You'd have to narrow it down a little bit. The conceptual, like the way it emerges out of like organum, that's like its own thing. But then like the way that counterpoint developed like after that, forget about it. That would be 3 hours. Have you written a second symphony? I barely wrote one. Yeah, I did write a symphony back in undergrad, and the first movement of that was the one that got like super cleaned up, and was performed not just by my undergrad orchestra, which is the one that I'm allowed to post, but it was also done by the Winston-Salem Symphony because it won a contest, and that I can submit to things, but I can never post that publicly. Otherwise, I will get in big trouble if they ever find out. So I don't think they're probably not actively like scouring the internet for that recording, but I also have like an 8th Blackbird recording that is along similar lines that I can never post it and credit them, which is kind of a shame because these are both like they're older pieces, but I think they hold up and they're pretty good recordings. The other movements of the first symphony, they exist, but they're if I ever had the opportunity, which would be great if I did. If I ever had the opportunity to have the full thing done, I would want several months to like go back over it, because it's like from early undergrad. I'm doing a PhD now, and I've learned so much since then. I look back on pieces like from my master's, and I think, oh, you know, multiply that by several times for undergrad from my perspective now. But I'm glad you enjoyed what you heard. There was a lot of extra effort that went into that one to make it presentable. How important do you consider the history of a composer when practicing their music? I think sometimes it can help. Most of the time, I think it's just interesting to know the history, but you don't have to know Balakirev before playing Balakirev. I think it never hurts. But does it help? Yeah, sometimes. I think it depends. Given his money from Salati, Friedman, Beach, etc., what can securely be said of Liszt as a pianist? That he was one of the best of all time. As a teacher, by all accounts, he kind of sucked. But that he never really got good training, and he never really thought much of the academic establishment either. That's the kind of the picture that you get from him. I mean, he clearly knew what he was doing. He had a lot of chops. But how you would rank him against other great pianists, I mean, we don't have any recordings of him, so there's no way to know. Favorite string quartet? Ooh. Oh, there's so many good ones. There's a lot of good contemporary works out there for string quartet. One that I'm a fan of, maybe it's not my favorite, but one that I'm kind of a fan of and did a paper on relatively recently is Sky McClay's Many, Many Cadences. And I recently had a chance to meet her, and she's really cool. She was, flattered that, I mean, of course, a lot of people have probably written papers on Many, Many Cadences, but she was flattered to learn that I had as well. And there's big string quartets. I'd say the first couple of Schoenberg quartets are really quite nice. I really prefer the Schoenberg that comes before the 12-tone technique. I think it's a little bit more expressive. He almost gets a little bit too square and too tied down after he invents that. Of course, he has a lot of invention in his music. But, when he has the soprano coming in, feeling the wind from another planet, I mean, that's one of those like great goosebumps moments. But there's so many. I see the ASO Stokowski Ives fourth vinyl on the back. Yeah, I have a lot. There's a lot more Ives vinyls. Maybe I can just kind of flip through those at the very end. You have any ideas on what Tchaikovsky's program was for his sixth? It's been such a long time since I did my Tchaikovsky video. I'm pretty sure I came to the conclusion that he didn't have much in mind for it, other than he wanted something that was like evocative and that would get played a bunch. César Franck. I mean, César Franck is in the request pool. I mean, it just takes me months to do one, and I get a ton of requests in the time it takes me to get one out. So, you're lucky that he's relatively far up on the list. Those who are like 300th or something, realistically, I could do this till the end of my life, and I'd never get around to them. So, have you heard the toccata for percussion from Chavez? Not off the top of my head. I think if I'd done a video on Chavez, I probably would. But I think the only time I've really run into his music is in combination with other composers, like with Lou Harrison. I think he comes up a little bit there. Certainly with Revueltas, there's some stuff. If you want these things to be added to the requests, you got to make an actual comment. I'm not going to remember to look back at the live chat for this. FYI. All right, best to get over there. I'm gonna take this is the way my mic is hooked up. It's with a Zoom. Get these back here. We're making progress. We're making progress. All right. Scott Joplin, the man who made ragtime. James Haskins comes at this again from not really a musicological background. He has a lot of interesting biographies on like a lot of famous figures from Black American history. But I guess it's got to be him on the back. It's funny how the author has a bigger picture than Joplin on the front. I just now noticed that. This is like one of 2 Joplin books. This is not the biggest or most up-to-date one. This was a primary source for my Joplin video, mostly because I just had it on the shelf at the time. And if I had to COVID, like getting the other Joplin book from the music library would have been, frankly, more trouble than it was worth. Especially since there are so many secondary sources available. Some smaller books through here. There's a Rollo Myers, Eric Satie. And some of these things are just too small to be of much use. Salome. This is one of those books about very specific pieces. So this is one by Derek Puffett. A lot of double consonants in that name. These, it's not like writing about an entire composer in this amount of, like, you can say everything you want to say about, in this case, Salome, just from, in this small amount of time, amount of pages. This is one of the more interesting books on the shelf, actually. This is a novel called Debussy's Slippers. It's by a guy who was a patron of the channel for a while, who sent me this as a token of his appreciation. I have to say, I only read about half of it. But it's kind of it's all written in the present tense. And yeah, it's a fun little read. But it's not historically accurate. Let's put it that way. I think the weirdest thing about it, the thing that I remember most about it is it is all written in the present tense. It's not someone said, it's someone says. Not someone did, it's someone does. I don't know, I never quite got used to that. Another small volume, again, if you're looking for a Debussy book, like something that's this big, this is Paul Roberts. This is, again, one of these like series of books on different composers. I find this to be, I don't know, it looks on the inside almost like one of those like art books. Like not quite like a coffee table book, but there's a lot of like illustrations and indentations, and I guess it is almost like a coffee table book. Like there's something about it that kind of looks like it, even though it's not. I mean, it's quite beautifully, done. But like if you really want to learn about Debussy, then maybe something that's a little bit heftier than this. And Paul Roberts is coming at this from the perspective of a pianist. Basically, he's mostly known as a pianist, and he's recorded a lot of Debussy over the years. But he's not coming at it from a like a hardcore musicological perspective, which is really hit or miss. I like the fact that I have books on the shelf that are written by historians, written by people who are coming at music from the not super academic side of things. But I still tend to think that if you want like a really good deep dive, you want a musicologist's opinion, or at least that and something else. The Fabian Bowers Scriabin biography. This is like one of the first biographies that I got. I remember a really long time ago, I some kind of audition or some like summer thing, or I forget what it was, but I was still in high school, and I found myself at the UNC Greensboro Music Library, and I had like a couple of hours, and I read like a huge chunk of this just there in one sitting. I was fascinated by Scrabble. Like I was really obsessed with Scrabble at the time. Scrabble and Ives really were my gateways into more modern music, especially like enjoying it, taking piano lessons, like enjoying playing more modern pieces. Because up until that point, I was just like, I didn't really like playing Haydn or Mozart that much. And when I learned about how crazy Scrabble was from the Encyclopedia of Music, the Barnes & Noble book that got me started on all this, I wanted to learn so much more. And this riveted me maybe more than it should have. But I mean, this is a classic volume. But Bowers was I don't think he was a musicologist. He was like Douglas MacArthur's translator during the Korean War, I think. Like he's not the kind of person you would think would come out with a freaking Scriabin biography. But it holds up. Like it is the classic Scriabin text. This is the only like major source on Gustav Holst that's not written by a Holst. Like Imogen Holst was like Gustav's kid, composer in her own right. But a lot of what we know about Holst comes through her. Gustav Holst, I should say. And this does rely quite a bit on her recollections, but it's also very much by Michael Short here. And it does a good job of balancing the life and the music as well. I think it provides a lot of new information, a lot of information that really comes from direct sources that only Michael Short really had access to. Because again, there's not really a great, like, huge wealth of different scholars talking about Holst. A lot of it does kind of come through Imogen. But if you want to, like, not support big Holst as much, maybe that's the one to go with. Rachmaninoff, I don't remember much about this one. This is by Bertenson and Leda. I'm not going to say everything about everything. We have to speed things up somehow. Lifetime music. This is a good job of illustrating a lot of stuff. But with this and also the Scriabin biography, and this is another common thread among a lot of biographies, even with the big Elgar, there is a ton of like random information about like, oh, and on this day there was this concert, and on this day there was that concert, and this day there was like, I don't need to know that information. Like, it's like wanting to be a reference book and also be something that's a little bit more readable, and it just bogs things down at a certain point. And again, if you're really into Scriabin, you're really into Rachmaninoff, you can overlook that. But I think if I wasn't as big a fan of Scriabin I still am, but I was like really into him back in the day, I would be maybe more put off by that. And to my knowledge, this suffers from that, but it's not alone. That's a criticism that I have of a lot of stuff. Now we get to the Ives section. Let's see. Yeah, the Ives section is absolutely huge. This is only half of it. Some of these are like kind of duplicates as well. You can find this on IMSLP, but if I see an Ives book in a used bookstore, that Ives book will not be in that used bookstore for very long. So this is a lot of his essays and writings. The Ives Celebration, one of a couple volumes by Vivian Perlis, kind of spearheaded. Well, this is with Vivian Perlis, but she was, if you don't know her as a musicologist, she is like the founder of American oral history of music. That's basically what she's known for. So OHAM, the Oral History of American Music, which is an archive at Yale, a lot of that was really due to the efforts of Vivian Perlis. And a lot of that was in looking at Ives and interviewing people who knew Ives. And so a lot of that kind of makes it into the Ives celebration. It also makes it into one that's already up here. As we'll talk about at the same time, another Vivian Perlis. Again, this actually says an oral history, Charles Ives remembered. So there's some overlap between this and the other Perlis volume, because again, she's interviewing the same people, and a lot of the same information kind of comes up, and they're trying to do similar things. But it says a lot about Perlis's scholarship and how vivid and forward-thinking it was, because people weren't really doing that oral history stuff, at least in American musicology, until she came along. These are the two books by Burkholder on Ives, two of them, all made of tunes and variations on his America. These are looking at Ives through like very specific analytical lenses. All Made of Tunes is about musical borrowing specifically, which is of course a huge chunk of what Ives did, and tracing different uses of quotation throughout his music. And this is more recent. The variations on his America. It's a slimmer book. It's much more about how to listen to. Like, I don't want to repeat the title. It's more of a listener's guide to, oh, this is what Ives is up to in these various pieces. Those I've not had a chance to read, because like I would love to do like a huge Ives, like 2.5 hour long Ives video. I also know if I do that, that'll be like one of 2 videos I make an entire year. There's so much. Like, because I'd want to read/reread all the books on Ives, and I have like, what, 10, 12 of them at this point? Swafford, of course, has one. This is one of his earlier ones. I think this is his either a second or third. He came up with like a general classical music book, and then I forget if this or the Brahms was his second one. I think this one. I love it. It's a great read. Great composer. Great author. A great combination. There's this and I'll grab this other one actually. Ugh. Speeding through the Ives section. These are the same book. I don't know why they look different, but they are the same book. It's by the same author, David Wooldridge. I had the chance to go to the Danbury Historical Society relatively recently, like earlier this year, and there were a lot of copies of things said in the press about various books, and also like requests to the archives by some of these different authors. And Wooldridge was one of them, and you'd be surprised of how much there was. Not necessarily Wooldridge, but there was Wooldridge, and there's another one up there, or down here, I guess. Suppose I'm getting now all mixed up. But there's this one as well. This one is like not super great. It's very like psychoanalysis, and this one has a surprising number of like good reviews from the Danbury Press at the time that it came out. But I'm not super impressed by it. And with these, this is the Wooldridge. I want to say this one was actually got like nominated for some kind of award. But I don't recall off the top. It doesn't say on the backs if they were, but these are older editions. I don't really quite know why one says From the Steeples and Mountains and the other one just says a portrait. But if you compare them, the content is pretty much identical. Didn't stop me from getting both of them. Although, to be fair, at the time, I didn't know that they were going to be the same. Ives memos, like a lot of this, there's the same information in here as in here. Like there's more stuff in here. Like this is contained in here. This is a lot of like Ives's writings in and around about music, edited by John Kirkpatrick, different Kirkpatrick. This guy actually went a little bit off the deep end late in life and believed that he was the second coming of Ives himself, which is some information from Stephen Budiansky's Mad Music. There was, in the historical archives, there were a lot of like back and forth between Budiansky and the people at the Historical Society for like requests for information and to come and check some stuff out. This book is not like super hardcore musicology, but it radically reshaped the way that we think musically about the nature of Ives' like late I should rephrase this. Up until this point, people thought that Ives's like deterioration and decline was due to like some kind of heart problem. And this book is the one that really put it on the map that like, no, he had diabetes, actually. And it was an era when, Ives himself could be quite private about these kinds of things, and there was a lot of like stigma against certain things relating to health as well. And he puts forth kind of a revised history of Ives' late work and his the way that his health problems and what they were impacted that. It's quite amazing to me that it took until like, I don't know when something came out, like 2012, I think, or 2015. It's like not long, 2014. I'm terrible at remembering numbers. So like, you should be glad I'm even in the ballpark there. So I got this not long after it came out. And I think between this and the Swafford book, you're going to get like a really good portrait of Ives. But the rest of it is, it's always interesting at least to see other people's perspectives, even if I think they're a little too woo sometimes. Another one. Ravel, main musician, R.B. Ornstein. One of these small volumes. Again, when I first was building out my music library, I would often get as presents like relatively small books, and like for a book on this size, someone like Ornstein has a lot of knowledge about Ravel, and that clearly comes through. But it's just a size issue. Like you can't fit nearly as much information in this as you can in a much larger volume. Now I had a chance, you can't really see this. It's called Skyscraper Lullaby. It's a biography of Jonathan Carpenter by Howard Pollack, a friend of the show. So I have a number of Pollack books on the shelf, and when I first was really getting into his writings, I thought they were, frankly, a little bit dry. But I really was reading them wrong, because a lot of it really is intended to be referential in addition to being an interesting biography. And so his Gershwin book is especially good at this by splitting it up literally into a life and work section. So you have every piece of information on like every musical that he ever did. But also you have the biography is a separate thing. Attempts to combine those, I think, work to greater or lesser extents in other volumes. But like in terms of, you want like a source for something else that you're like, I don't know, a YouTube episode? Yeah. His writing is really good for that. But I haven't, Jonathan Carpenter is, I don't think there's any other writings, especially not this big, on John Alden Carpenter. He was he was a Chicago-based composer, as I recall, independently wealthy. Did a lot of, I think he was up a little bit in the story of Florence Price, I think, if I recall correctly. But again, I haven't done a video on him, so I haven't had a chance to crack this thing open. Sorry, Howard. we're going to have a huge crash when these books I've been putting on the floor decide to fall over. Bela Bartok and Turn of the Century Budapest. I haven't had a chance to crack open this one. I got this one well after I did my like super early video on Bartok. The one that I probably should redo because like 9 minutes on Bartok versus an hour and a half on Liszt or something is just a huge discrepancy. But this is this just caught my eye at a used bookstore one day. I'd love to know more about it. Readings on Stravinsky are always interesting because a lot of it's filtered through Robert Kraft. Robert Kraft lived at Stravinsky's house. Robert Kraft was like his musical right-hand man. So anything Robert Kraft says about Stravinsky is probably pretty biased. But getting information that hasn't been filtered by Robert Kraft is really hard to do, especially while Robert Kraft was still alive, certainly while Stravinsky was still alive. So this, when I read it, I found it was like, it's kind of rambling. And when I say rambling, it's not like we choose to run on sentences as much as it's just poorly structured, I think. And he has a lot of books on Stravinsky, and this is just one of them. You know, Discoveries and Memories. Don't recommend. We're gonna keep going. We're almost done with the first full round. Percy Grainger, John Bird biography. This came out in the 40s, and still is a really solid source on Grainger. There's some improvements that have been made to the timeline a little bit by some Grainger scholars who have figured out that, oh well, this happened then, this happened another time, or fixing the timeline a little bit. But in terms of like the bulk of the analysis of Bird, I mean, it's a classic volume for a reason, and I think it holds up. Although this is again one of these really controversial characters, so you're going to have people who really like it and really don't like it. But as far as I can tell, it's accurate, and that's all I really care about. Not really a Stravinsky book, but it's a book on the influence that Stravinsky had on other composers. And I'm pretty sure in here it talks pretty extensively about, if I recall correctly, I could be wrong. Oh yeah, it does talk about his kind of like back and forth beef with Theodor Adorno. So if you don't know who Adorno is, like if you've heard of the Frankfurt School, even in like conspiracy theory like terms, a group of German academics who were behind like the ideas of like critical theory, which has come under fire quite a bit for a lot of different reasons. Some justified and some very much not. But Adorno had a lot of like kind of wacky things to say about music, I gotta say, like calling things jazz that like clearly weren't jazz, and it's like a really weird deep dive. But he hated Stravinsky, and for a lot of really complicated reasons. So this unpacks, among other things, a lot of that beef that Adorno had with Stravinsky. I'm not sure to what extent Stravinsky really cared, or he probably knew who Adorno was, but I don't think he really gave much of a crap about what he said. But most of this is also about the way that other composers had been influenced by Stravinsky's work. Let's see, we've got some more stuff. This is an older biography on Charles Tomlinson Griffiths, who sometimes known as the American Impressionist, best known for, I think it's called The White Peacock. It's a big orchestral tone poem. It's not that big. Died, rather young. I think there's been somewhat of a resurgence of interest in Griffiths because, for a long time, people really weren't acknowledging the impact of his sexuality, perhaps, on his music, which also might kind of be overblown. But whether or not it is like an actual factor, it, for a long time, actually, I don't think it was really discussed that much. Again, we'll do a video on him. I'll read this and I'll get back to you. Gosh, this means I'm going to have to do another one of these things in a couple of years from now. Be barely done with this one before I start with the other one. 20th Century Opera, Cambridge Companion. As far as Cambridge Companions go, this is pretty thick, but it also goes through a lot of different operas. So I took a class in 20th Century Opera, and that's the only reason I have this. I feel like I learned about as much from this book as I did from the class itself. It covers a lot of the same ground. So if you're interested in the vast world of 20th Century Opera, I do think this is a pretty good starting source. Cambridge does usually a pretty good job of putting stuff together like that. This is by Arthur Fiedler's kid. It's called Molto Agitato. It is a history of the Metropolitan Opera. Got this on a whim. It'll be fun to read someday. I don't know how gossipy it is. Looks like it might be. All right, back to some questions now. Have you listened to Leon Shidlovsky? I think the fact I don't know how to even remotely pronounce a guy's name says a lot about how much I've listened to him. But I can check it out. Apart from this online, will you make another video where you show other books the best important for you? This is just going to stay on the channel. Like, I'm going to get other books, but don't expect another one of these anytime soon. Yeah, but like, what's the most important for me? Like, what is that? Like, I don't know what that really means. Like, when it comes to making a specific video, there are, of course, like certain sources that I use, but those typically change depending on what my research focus happens to be at one given point or another. But a lot of my influences haven't really come from any one source or like really been inspired by like this, that, or the other. Sometimes, but in terms of my own compositions, reading about how different composers write music is in itself very interesting. But that's usually like a small, tiny fraction of each of these books. Like reading about how Elgar would write, sets of like 1, 2, 3, 4 measures, like 19, 20 different versions of these, have them all in like separate orders in these stacks, and then paste them all up around his room. It's like, that's fascinating to read about. It makes me exhausted listening to that. Like, not listening, reading about that. But it's interesting. Like, would I want to adopt that for my own? No. But it's cool, right? I like to think that I'm influenced, like 0.01% from everything that I read, and because I've read a lot more than just is on the shelf. What's the best way to learn about Mahler's life? I wouldn't know, actually. I'm not as up on the Mahler literature as I am on some of the other things. Like with Liszt, it's an easier thing to say Walker. Like that's one source where you're going to get everything about his life. With Mahler, I know there are like multi-volume biographies of Mahler, but who they are, who wrote them, I don't have that information on the top of my head. Did you get the Barnes & Noble music book in your high school years? Yes. Pretty early on. I think my parents got it. I think it was in clearance. They didn't know that they would do this to me. What's your favorite piece that makes use of serialism? Ooh. Berg is my favorite of the second Viennese school by far. I've talked about like my love of the violin concerto before. I think every time that discussion comes up, Berg violin concerto is one of my favorites. It's not strictly speaking 12-tone because he uses so many different things, but that's fun. What's my favorite tone row? Yeah. Making all these funny faces. I don't think I have a favorite tone row. I think tone rows are more interesting in the way that composers use them. Like you can give Berg a very Webern tone row, and I think what he'd do with it, to me, is more interesting than what Webern does with it. Not like analytically. Webern, you could go deep dive. People like live and swim in his music for how analytically interesting it is. But pound for, like if I'm going to listen to something, pound for pound, I'd choose Berg. But I don't think the structure of tone rows matters a ton. Another serial composer I'm really into, Luigi Della Piccola. A lot of his stuff is just super duper melodic and very lyrical. Haven't done a real deep dive into his music in terms of how he was able to do that. But a lot of it seems very melodic and almost anti-serial if one thinks of serialism as like this hyper-modernist kind of Boulesian sense. There's so many ways to use it and make it work to your own styles. Oral history, question mark. I like interviews and stuff like that. Do you try to stay active? I'm feeling recruiting my force you to sit down too much. I do. Towards the end of the semester, kind of falls off, but I like to get outside as much as I can. And then when it's too cold in Buffalo, I have a rowing machine that helps. I need to know more about those musical nut jobs. Well, there's a lot of it. We're a little crazy in this world. What are your musicology and or theory books that you have read? Theory books, like theory textbooks are almost always going to be super dry. But I can try to answer that question kind of along the way as we get to, we're in the biography section now. But when we're past that, there's some good theory musicology books that I would recommend. How do you find being musically trained, the analytic and intuitive experience of listening to music, enjoying the sound versus understanding how it's put together, either oppose or complement each other? The more I learn, the more I feel like I can appreciate styles of music that I otherwise don't really care for from just a listener's perspective. Like, I don't enjoy listening to Brian Ferneyhough's music. It's not that interesting to me. It comes across as just all over the place and too much. But I recognize that that's a subjective musical experience that I'm having. Knowing like where he's coming from analytically is so much more interesting. It makes the music so much more interesting. It doesn't mean that I enjoy it, but it means that I can look at a piece written in like this style or that style, that style, that style, and I can appreciate it for what it is versus like its style. Like, is this a good representative of what the composer's style is or what they're trying to do? And it's very similar to like teaching composition as well. It's very similar to that because, you know, I might have a student who's like, I don't think much of the style that they're working in, but I can know what that style is. And I can be like, oh, well, you're working like this. Therefore, you know, here's some things you can listen to. Here's some techniques. Here's some things you might want to think about when you're revising this. And the more I know, the more that just tends to be more helpful. So I think they complement one another, but they're also very distinct things. And to answer your question, the more you know, the more you can become aware of that distinction. Because I see a lot of people who they just don't like, again, I pick on new complexity, a lot of people who just don't like new complexity, but then they will conflate that with saying, this is not really music, or I don't know, it's bad. It's like, I talked about it for a whole hour. If there was really nothing at the heart of it, I don't think I could have done that. But you might not like it, and it's fine. But you know, give it a fair shot. It's like saying, you know, raw fish isn't food. It's like, it is. It's like, you might think it's disgusting, but a lot of people think it's delicious. Speaking of sushi, favorite Japanese composer? Takamitsu, all the way. I mean, that's the obvious one, but I mean, his colors, his orchestration, it's exquisite. It's absolutely exquisite. I learn something new every time I crack up on one of his scores. What's the future music beyond 12 equal divisions of the octave? Is the lumitone going to become a standard instrument? I hope so. one of the problems with going beyond 12 divisions of the octave is we just don't have a lot of instruments that are capable of performing them intuitively. Keyboard instruments, certainly you have to remap them. You could have to use, software. And if you play, a flute or a violin or something like that, you can get a lot of quarter tones and all string instruments, anything in between. But you're not trained to. And the techniques you have to use to get those are very different. And it's almost like you have to rethink not just the instruments themselves, but how one is trained on those instruments. And I don't see 12 EDO going away anytime soon. But as music gets more and more democratic, I should say, more egalitarian, and this is something that I've really seen with the rise of like free or really cheap softwares. Like there's so many new composers who are getting into the field because they started messing around with GarageBand. Like they started doing something like the barrier to entry has gotten so low that there are so many new composers entering the field, which has led to a lot of problems because academia is usually a generation behind. So it's going to take them a really, really, really long time to catch up to get more comp faculty to realize that there is actually a market for more people who want training and more composers who would benefit from that. So I predict the next 10, 15, 20 years, we're starting to see this now, but I feel like this might be hopeful on my part. We're really going to see a huge expansion of the field. And that just comes down from you no longer have to be tied to someone of a certain socioeconomic background to really start getting into it. And it's only going to get cheaper from here. Would you consider it an insult if some of your music sounded like another composer's? Heck no. I mean, maybe it's not ideal if you want to really be yourself. I had a piece of mine compared to a work by Claude Vivier recently. And I've been thinking about that ever since, and in a good way. I think it's because men don't get very many compliments in our culture, but no, I mean, look, you're gonna get not just any Claude Vivier, but to Lonely Child, which one of the best orchestral pieces of the 20th century, right there. I didn't hear the connection, but I admire that piece and I admire Vivier's music so much that's of course, I'm gonna take that. Favorite instrument I don't play. Oh, there's so many good ones. Bass clarinet. Or contrabass clarinet. Hearing a contrabass clarinet live is just something so glorious about that timbre. Do you find you prefer certain musicians in an analytical sense and an intuitive sense? So just during a close analysis of Boulez, but always preferring Tchaikovsky to lay back and relax. Who would those be? The Boulez is an interesting example to bring up there because I found that the more I listened to Boulez, the more I enjoyed him, especially late Boulez, especially his looks. The larger the ensemble, or if he's using electronics, the more I'm going to enjoy Boulez. But if it's a piece for piano, or I heard a piece several years ago. Hold on. We've had some. Okay, are we back? I don't know if we're back yet. My internet cut out for a second. I don't know why. I was saying, I heard a piece by Boulez some years ago, which was for clarinet and electronics. It's it wasn't great, but I feel like if it was for large ensemble electronics, I really would enjoy it. Because I feel like the lushness of his textures comes across much stronger whenever he has a large ensemble to deal with. I think that makes him the most interesting of the arch serialists, just because his ear was so particular and finicky. I think a lot of it has to do with he didn't like octave doublings for a huge chunk of his career. He thought those were in violation of serial principles. So no music quite sounds like Boulez, but you need a big ensemble to really get that lush Frenchy sound. So Boulez, that's a counterexample, I think. But generally speaking, yes. If more analytically rigorous composers like Webern, Webern, you can analyze him all day. Do I sit back and listen to the symphony, with a glass of wine? No. No, I think you have to be kind of a little bit psycho to do that, frankly. I think the enjoyment of Webern, to me, it's not like a sensual pleasure, but that's just me. Who's your favorite of the very serialist, very academic composers? I think I just mentioned this a second ago, but Boulez. I think it's just for the orchestration. Babbitt's fun. Carter is a little over the top, I think. Xenakis, I find a lot of his textures very kind of grating. But if I'm going to listen to one of those for a particular reason, I'd probably choose Boulez. But again, but it's that late stuff that I'm talking about, not the piano sonatas. I said that Montagneu's music is of great underrated value theoretically and relevant to the modern musical philosophy. Would you agree? It's been a long time since I did a video on him. I don't think so. Just because he's one of the composers who did a lot of interesting things. He had his own style. Like, if you have you include the piano in pretty much everything. You can kind of tell, like, oh, that's a piece by Montagneux. But relevant to the modern musical philosophy, when I see something like that, I would read that as, well, did he influence other composers? Not really. Similar to someone like Frederick Delius, who a lot of people claim I didn't make a video on. But part of the problem with Delius is that he's sort of, I don't know, he's sort of like an appendix of music. Like, it's kind of a weird thing to say, but if you think about like the way the appendix fits into the internal organs, it's like this kind of side shaft, right? Kind of spins off and does its own thing. As far as I'm aware, Delius really didn't have like major pupils or really influence the history of music in the same way that some other composers would. Then go into Elgar and the Elgar research. I mean, Elgar is the same way. I mean, he didn't really have students. He had some violin lessons to like 9-year-olds, but he hated doing that before he got really famous. Compare that to like Charles Villiers Stanford, who was like one of his big rivals. And Stanford, if you like sang in the Anglican tradition, he probably sung something by Stanford. But he's not known as a composer really that much. He's known, but he's hugely influential as a teacher. That's another thing. Is like you can be a really like novel and interesting composer, but then as to be influential in music history, you have to be a teacher basically. So someone like Schoenberg, who hits both of those, that's someone we consider really top tier because he did both, as opposed to an Elgar who didn't teach and just wrote a lot of music, or Stanford he has some choral stuff, but mostly taught. Perry, Vaughan Williams, kind of a lot of the big names from the English musical Renaissance. In terms of this current state of modern classical academic music, what is your prediction regarding the rise of a dominant paradigm a la serialism? Almost impossible. The market forces are really against that in academia because everyone wants to do something that's super original. Everyone wants to say like, "Oh, I do this." And it's this narrow focus on specialization that infects all of academia, essentially. But when you apply that to music, there are, I think it was market forces that push and prevent that from happening, because then it's like, well, I write in this style, you're not likely to be okay with being saying with someone saying, "Oh, you write in that particular style." If you go back to the new complexity, there's a reason that a lot of those composers don't like being called new complexity composers. In part, it's just bad for the brand. They just, they see themselves as being very different, which they are. But they range from really not just kind of being doesn't really matter to them, to actively not liking it. So being part of a school can be pretty harmful. Again, if you're really interested in like the academic field, which is where serialism really took hold. All right, we're going to keep going. We should do this just for consistency. This is a screaming goat. Why? Because. Actually, the microphone's here. I know it's a horrible noise. It's a good stress relief here at the end of the semester. I have a bunch of busts, which you've seen. Here's Beethoven, Bach, Chopin, Handel. This is a fake flower. So in the Balinese gamelan tradition, part of the get-up is to have a flower like that. And there's a headband as well, and there's like a, it's part of the costume. And this, of course, is a fake flower. It's been on the shelf for a while. So my old gamelan group back from North Carolina, we had the chance to go to the Smithsonian Museum of American History and play gamelan music, like there in the hall in front. If anyone's been there before, there's a hall where the Betsy Ross flag is, and there's like an atrium area in front of it, and they set up a stage in that atrium area. And so we played. Horrible acoustics. I could not hear a single thing of what was happening next to me, but we were able to get through it. And it was a really fun experience. It was a real highlight of my my undergrad, being able to do that, and that was like a culmination of that. But these were the flowers that we got for that performance. It's a little piece of gamelan on the shelf. This is a Casio VL Tone. It's one of the early digital synthesizers. Let's get it out here. I actually wrote a piece for this last semester. Not last semester, but last year. This and the theremin being run through Max MSP for a big, like, quasi-improvised dance piece. It was really fun to do. But this is marketed as a calculator. It also has, ow, bang my knee. Where is it on here? Yeah, so this one, there's an ADSR. See the different settings. And you can plug in a code, like I said, 8 or 9 digit code, into the memory of the calculator, save it, switch it to ADSR, and then it comes out with these, like, you can make some really crazy sounds. Otherwise, it's not that much. So part of the challenge of that piece was to take source material with very limited number of sounds available to it, and then create like a whole big soundscape out of those, which is fun. Back here is a Peanuts comic strip about Schroeder being able to misinterpreting the word play. This was given to me by so some of the books that you're going to see were actually given to me by the organist who preceded me at my home church in North Carolina, who had to quit, basically left me with an organ job, despite not having played the organ ever, really. But she was really nice and kind, and she gave me a lot of books from her masters, basically, as well as stuff like this. Oh, that was really nice. I have a couple of mugs over here. This is kind of embossed a little bit, like, that's not the right word, but they're inset a little bit. So it's like a little jazz ensemble. And this one says, "Music is a fair and glorious gift of God," which I don't know. It's not a Bach quote, but I know it's like they didn't just make it up at Abbey Press, whoever they are. And then this, it's a Lego upright piano that I built when I was a wee lad, and I had these bricks engraved at a Lego convention with the Justice for Salieri hashtag, and then the minifigure here is actually supposed to be me during my high school baseball playing days, with my old uniform number on the back as a gift from my parents, the figure itself. So I put this together and it's kind of fun. And no one ever asks about it, but I think it's the most fun thing I have on my shelf. Over here, people wonder what these are sometimes. They're hammers from the inside of a piano. So they raise up, dong, dong. So I got these from one of the former music techs, piano techs at my undergrad, who was giving a seminar on these. And he just had a seminar on like the way that pianos work on the inside. And he had a bunch of these that he was just giving them out. Certainly there's a bunch of records that I have over here. What else? This is from June in Buffalo last year, just summer festival. This is fun. Get to this. There's a pin that I got, UB. You can't really see it in the videos, but repping University at Buffalo. I got this at the president of the university's house, which is actually not, it's not as fun as it sounds. All the hors d'oeuvres were very nice. And this is just some origami that somebody gave me in undergrad, and I've kept it around. There was a penny on top of that. I did not didn't know that. There's a story behind this. The story is basically that my former roommate had a mason jar that was not quite this big, but he had a big mason jar. And when I was in the second year of my master's, due to COVID, they needed someone else to be teaching a section of the music theory lab. So I got the honors section of the lab. So it was a Zoom, all year, twice a week on Zoom. But there weren't that many. There weren't that many kids in it. There were four. There were 4 kids in the class. But it was fun. And they often gave me a hard time about drinking coffee out of this huge mason jar. Because it was in the morning. I was like, I made a mason jar full of coffee. Which seems like it's a lot more coffee than it is. It was really just 2 cups because I put a lot of creamers and various stuff in it. And so at the very end of the semester, Brandeis had a vaccine clinic that was starting up. And so somehow, some of my students figured out when I'd be over there on campus, because mostly I was Zooming from just down the street. And they signed a huge mason jar with T Little on it, which they said was my rap name. I don't know what this says about that. They signed it on top, all sorts of stuff. So apparently I made quite an impression on these young folks via these Zoom sessions. But this has been near and dear to my heart ever since. And then, what is this on top? There's just a random pinning on top, that's all. All right, back to books. Second Vienna School. I've only flipped through this. It's a good starting point for the style. It's a little too technical. I think it could serve to be a little bit more philosophical. But it's a good introduction to a lot of the music books about the analytical books about the Second Vienna School go way into the music, including this is one of Jarman's books, or Jarman? Douglas? Ich weiß nicht. And this is a lot of it's just analyzing the technique of this is how this music works. And a lot of it really is focused on Lulu. So part of what makes Lulu such an interesting opera is that it serves as the culmination of a lot of Berg's ideas and techniques. Because Wozzeck, his earlier opera, they actually completed during his lifetime, that was not a 12-tone piece. It's formally still very rigorous and very interesting. And Berg is one of these composers who's able to do something that's formally and analytically super rich, but it's still very compelling, like very clearly late Romantic music. But Lulu is also a 12-tone piece. And that it's much more for analysts to sink their teeth into. I'm start putting them up there actually for sure now. Schoenberg Harmonie Lehre. This is the Roy Carter translation. This really is the theory book as far as I'm concerned. There are other theory books out there. Walter Piston has one on that. I think he has one on orchestration as well. I like this one. I think Schoenberg had a lot to say, and a lot of his analysis is not like putting forth his own opinions. He does have his own opinions in here, and it's clear that he did think a lot of like the potential for microtonality to do great things, which is not actually that surprising. There are a lot of composers who didn't really dabble in microtonality, but appreciated that it had the potential to be the next step forward. But he's fairly style neutral, and he talks extensively about every type of chord, and he's not like, he's also not someone who says like, oh, you only have, like, you have to use this chord in this particular, they have to use this chord there, and he's like, he talks about the functions, of course, because it's a book on functional harmony, but it goes so far beyond that. Some more Berg stuff. Yeah, this is, for a Berg class that I took, so I had to have all this stuff. So there's a 2-volume Alban Berg operas series. The Lulu one is more popular, again, because of what I said earlier. And this is George Pearl, who is also a composer. He's a composer and theorist and musicologist. So Pearl and Douglas Yarman are kind of the two sources that I'm most familiar with in Berg. This dovetails quite nicely between, say, the music of Alban Berg and the 20th century opera Cambridge Companion. It's kind of like a mix between the two. And these are, again, some of these smaller little Cambridge books, along the lines of Salome earlier, Wozzeck, and Lulu. So I don't have much on Berg that's not focused on like his operas. This book does focus a little bit on some of the early pieces. I think it talks a little bit about the lyric suite. But most of what's out there is just on those two pieces. So you better like opera. To quote one of my old theory teachers, there's something about opera. You just can't sleep like that at home. Speaking of the Deems-Taylor, I mentioned the Deems-Taylor Award earlier as something that ASCAP puts out. But Deems-Taylor himself was not just a composer, but a fairly prolific critic and writer on music. So he has these two books, Music to My Ears and Of Men and Music. It's not a very progressive title of him, is it? A lot of these are his thoughts on others' music. So, like, if you're interested in Deems-Taylor as a composer or what his story was in his biography, these are not really that. They're just compendiums of his writings. But there's a reason they named the award after him. He's a really compelling writer. More. I guess I'll have to grab multiple ones at a time because this is so close. The Heart of a Woman. This is the source that I used for my Florence Price video. It's a relatively recent publication. And it's kind of sad because Raylinda Brown, who spent essentially her entire career focused on Florence Price and kind of bring her back from total and complete obscurity, she died before this thing came out. So it is up to her editor. I don't know anything about Guthrie P. Ramsey Jr., but I don't think he did that great of a job because there are sections where the same information is basically repeated, almost verbatim. It's almost like he took the manuscript and didn't really take anything out, like maybe just cleaned up some things, but how that got past an editor of any volume is kind of beyond me. Other than that, there's been a huge influx in interest in Florence Price, especially recently. And in part, I do mention this in the video a little bit, that Florence Price is not a particularly challenging composer to the conservative boomers who fund orchestra concerts. So it's a pretty safe bet to check off some like intersectionality boxes, while also fundamentally not rocking the boat too much in terms of musical style. But I mean, that doesn't discount her as a really interesting historical figure. It just means that she wasn't writing the kind of like super progressive music that you see in some slightly later composers. Even some of her contemporaries, William Dawson, William Grant Still, I think they're writing like pieces that push the boundaries a little bit more than Florence Price did. But really compelling biography. I mean, it goes into detail about just how awful it was to be living under Jim Crow in the South at that time. Even with a caveat that in Little Rock, it was not as bad as it was in other places. It's just it's horrific to think about. And again, a lot of context that you have to do to be honest to the source material. I think Raylan Brown did that a very good way. A few more. I'm going to rip through these because this is a whole section I haven't had a chance to read in any way. This is a book on Arthur Fiedler. So I got two Fiedlers up here. I honestly had no idea who Ina Boyle was until I saw this, and I figured I needed to learn more about her because she was an Irish composer, apparently. It's a very thin volume. I think it's adapted from maybe someone's dissertation. One day. Irving Berlin and Max Steiner. I got this not long before I first went to LA, and I like very briefly considered like reading this really quickly so I could film on location in LA and talk about his career. But that really just didn't happen, and I haven't had a good chance to get back to looking at film music. Although it'd be really interesting to look at that, because that's something that I haven't really touched on this channel much at all. Nor a lot of popular music. I mean, Irving Berlin, I think, toes that line a little bit more, because a lot of his music is very much appreciated by people who are more, educated in the classical space. Although I think the distinction between like classical and pop music is kind of overblown. I mean, this is not the only Talking Heads record that I have. I've written several papers on Talking Heads in my career. I mean, music is music, and I think right now we're seeing a breakdown in some of the genre categories, and pop musicians who are getting more into classical and vice versa. I mean, you have there's a guy from The National, Bryce Dessner. Yeah, there's some really interesting pieces for like contemporary music, as well as stuff with The National. The first chapter of this it reads like a thriller novel. I mean, escaping the pogroms and tracking Ornstein's life. I mean, Ornstein is a really compelling composer from the perspective of both the music itself and his life story, and how he was such a modernist and then turned his back from that, and just tracking the man down to a little shack on the U.S.-Mexico border. It's crazy stuff. His music has seen something of a renaissance in the past 10, 15 years. But there's still so much more about Ornstein going back to an earlier question about, is it important to know the life story? Well, for Ornstein, excuse you. Well, for Ornstein, I don't think that you need to know much about his life story to appreciate the music, because it is very different. But for pieces like, for instance, the piano quintet, right, or a lot of the stuff that sounds like kind of like Jewish in his music, knowing this is especially helpful. But also, like, you could not care for this music at all, and like this is still, again, the first chapter of this is, it's like, whoa, that really happened to a person. Mr. Pooper says, underrated composer. Yes. Good to hear from you, Mr. Pooper. Sorry, I shouldn't be making fun of your name like that. It's just, I apparently still have the sense of humor of a 7-year-old. So Danbury, Connecticut is not just the home of Charles Ives, but also they have the studio of Marian Anderson. And they moved it to like the backyard of the Historical Society there. And you can get tours. And they had this for sale in the gift shop. I would love to like really do a deep dive into this and really go on location to like Philadelphia and a lot of other places that were important to her. I mean, important civil rights icon. I think somewhat secondarily to her role as one of the greatest singers of her generation. Henry Cowell, Man Made of Music by Joel Sachs, who was, I think, was it Juilliard for a long time. This is it's another one of those figures who has a lot of controversy surrounding him, and I think Sachs does a pretty even-handed job of presenting the facts as we know them without coming down of like guilty or not guilty. And I appreciate that, because there's a lot we're never going to know about Cowell. I have a soft spot for Cowell as a composer because he was one of my grand teachers. So my longtime piano professor studied with Cowell very briefly, towards the end of Cowell's life, actually. Cowell taught counterpoint at the Peabody Conservatory in Baltimore. And he once told me, he's like, I learned so much from Cowell. Not much counterpoint, but I learned a lot. It's like in the counterpoint class. He pulls no punches when it comes to talking about his political life as well. I mean, this is someone who's really deeply tied into the entire new music ecosystem at the time. So you really can't talk about Cowell without also talking about, Ives and touching on his relationships to other composers and a little bit with Theremin as well, with the Rhythmicon. Something weird about this book is that instead of calling him Cowell, which is kind of standard, referring to someone by their last name unless you're talking about two members of the same family, he just calls him Henry throughout. I never got used to that. Never got used to that. It was so weird. I get why. It just seems a little too familiar. It's like, Henry did this, Henry did that. I don't know. That might just be me. But between that and it's sort of like the second person in the novel. It's like, it takes me out of it because I'm just so not used to it. Some more stuff. Eric Wolfgang Korngold, one of the fathers of film music, looks like he's about 14 years old in every single picture I've ever seen of him. Not sure he could grow a beard, but I'm not going to fault him for that. Yeah, would love to get a deep dive into that, just as I would love to talk more about Max Steiner. Then Paul Robeson, who's another sort of like Marian Anderson, is that his singing career and his fame is that intersects with politics and civil rights in a number of really complicated ways. Robeson was an incredibly smart character, who's also duped a little bit by the Soviet Union to a certain extent. Now, what I know of him is not really from this book, because he does crop up in some other places, but I got this book like fairly recently-ish. So I, again, not done a Robeson video. One weird thing about this book is that the pages are like really slick and stiff, almost plasticky. It's not like doesn't feel like paper necessarily. So if you're looking for something like really sustainable, I'm not sure about the production of this, but it's also really heavy. You can whack somebody over the head with it. That's the second time I talked about whacking someone over the head in this, and you know, it's weird that it happened twice. Getting into more Howard Pollock's writing. I mean, this is really the one of the bigger volumes on the shelf, which is the Gershwin book of Pollock's that I mentioned earlier. I think I mentioned, it's worth just reiterating here that it's split up into, let's see if I can find it. Yeah, so his life runs about this much of the book. And then work is that much of the book. It's really old school. So this functions as both a biography and a huge reference volume. And I think if you tried to interleave them, it'd be so unwieldy as to be almost unreadable. Just because Gershwin there were so many things to say about each and every one of the musicals that he put on. As opposed to just like, here's a list of works, you know. Some Ellington volumes. I literally got this like right after I finished my video on Ellington, because the library was doing this thing where they, you know, were downsizing a little bit. So I got a lot of the where are they now? The Ives books. But this is Ellington's autobiography, supposedly. I'm pretty sure he wrote, you know, at least a good chunk of it. But the main source of my video was a Beyond category. And I mean, this paints a picture not just of Ellington as a brilliant innovator in different musical categories, but he also talks about, or Hassa, the author of this book, talks a lot about his insane like business strategies and just like really novel ways that he was able to market himself and market his band and market his brand. Not just when he was getting started, but to an ever-changing landscape and always reinventing himself. And yeah, a lot of what he cites also does like show up in here, but there's a lot that Ellington does not say about himself for obvious reasons. He wants to paint a nice picture about himself and doesn't want to, you know, go too deep into the infidelities and that sort of stuff. Starting at the Les Six section. So with Les Six, as well as with the Mighty Handful section, I don't really have a Mighty Handful section, but with the video that I did on the video series that I did on the Mighty Handful and on Les Six, I read all the content on them, and then the scripts ended up getting a little bit cross-pollinated, more so with the Mighty Handful than Les Six. But there are a lot of books on Les Six, and so I tried to find as much as I could. So this was a real starting point, which is Les Six, by Robert Shapiro, a friend of the show. And this takes a look at the group as a whole. It takes a look at like Cocteau, takes a look at Satie, like the intellectual forebears who brought the group together, and then does short dives into each composer. So not the same length as like an entire biography, but you want the basics. Now for someone like Duray, that's a question of like, I think I read everything available on him in the English language. And the video was still like, I was stretching to get that thing up for like 15 minutes. Because there's just not a whole lot on him. And a lot of that does come from this volume. With Auric, this came out, I think, in 2020 from Oxford. Or late 2019. A Life in Music and Politics. So there's a lot that, yeah, this is actually from 2020. It really is a life in music and politics. There's a lot that we try to maybe push under the rug about the political aspect of these composers. But sort of like the Sachs book on Cowell, a lot of good is done by looking at the intersection of those two and the impetus, especially late in life as he got into arts administration, like how that dovetails with his early political beliefs and activism and his family and what some of the early formative experiences. As far as I'm concerned, this is the only source, again, English language source, on Auric. This used to be a library book, but it was decommissioned. It was defrocked. Oh, I have a, what the heck? I put like an old card in the bookmark in the front of this thing. Things one finds. There are other books I wish I had read instead of this one. I thought, oh, this is going to be fantastic because like it's written by him. He's going to talk about his style. It's like, it's mostly him just complaining that he thinks the end of the world's going to be imminent. And I'm like, whew. Well, I mean, yeah, but also no. I don't know. It just comes across as very sad. And a lot of his predictions about like the death of music and the death of civilization just didn't come to pass. Like they might still, but certainly not the way that he thought it was going to. It's clear he wrote that when he was very old and bitter. These two, I had to be really careful with these. These two are the same. They're two different translations of the same book. And this one, I think, has more information on it. Like, it actually gets to the end of his life. Whereas this one doesn't. It's actually falling apart. When I got these, I bought them, like, from, like, used book proprietors online. And I was a complete moron. Because I assumed that because they are different titles, they were different books. And I could get two different books about, like, I thought this would be more musical, right? Notes on music. I thought this would be more biographical. I thought, great, we're going to hear from Mio a lot. No, it's just the same. I think they're different translations, but it's the same book. So I felt a little bit jobbed out of that, but you know, mostly just because of my own, like, I wouldn't ever do that again. Like, I learned my lesson. It was funny. Right, some more things to catch up on, questions here. Looking at the rise of percussion orchestras in the past century, do you think the same thing is going to happen to other instruments, like new families arising in standard orchestration? No. No, the orchestra's it's too set in its ways. Like getting the clarinet added to the orchestra was a huge pain. And it's only because you had like Mozart and Beethoven running around writing parts for clarinet in the orchestra. The market has changed quite a bit. And with a lot of orchestras, if it's not a standard instrument, they have to hire it specifically. Or even if they like, oh, it requires like 3 harps for this, and you may only have 1 or 2 harps. You have to hire another harpist. And that gets expensive because with a lot of union rates, like there are a lot of regulations like put in place for that. I mean, some Louis the Aaron talked about. He was quite anti-union actually, but I think more for the sake of wanting to get good performances because he wanted conductors to be able to to keep performers around until they got it right, rather than like, you know, time's up. We're gonna get out of here. The closest thing I think you're going to get is with electronics, live processing, or calling for like soloists that are interested, like electric guitar concerto. It's never going to be standard, but you'd have to. I don't see the rise of another instrumental family happening. It'd be great, but market forces just aren't behind it. what are your professional goals beyond the channel? I mean, I've been interested in wanting to continue in academia for all its flaws. You know, it's my parents are both professors. I've always enjoyed teaching, but I don't have any like specific like, oh, I want to like do this and do that and do this. You know, I think if you want to be ambitious, but you don't want to set yourself up for failure by making yourself sad if you don't, you know, achieve like the highest level of fame and expertise in your field. Like if I can just stay involved in music and stay involved in teaching in music, it doesn't really matter to me as much what I end up doing, as much as the fact that I'm able to continue on doing it in a professional capacity. I don't think this really answered to your question, but I don't want this to become like something I do on the side. Like that's the only metric by which I would say I have failed. Sometimes I feel myself thinking a touch bitterly on academic serialism for kind of forcing out more approachable works from our musical world. I don't hate serialism, but I'm curious to know your thoughts. It's not serialism itself, but you had a lot of people who really thought that serialism was the only way forward and were looking to force other people out. The way that George Rochberg was treated by the American musical academic establishment was really just uncalled for. That's a cultural attitude. It's kind of a groupthink scenario. And I don't hate serialism either, but I think that the attitudes against people who wanted to write more accessible music, because it was accessible music, says a lot about the people who were pro-serialism at the time. Did Handel really dangle a soprano by the throat out of a window? I have not done a video on Handel, so I wouldn't be able to tell you yes or no. I have heard that from multiple sources, so I wouldn't be surprised, but it also very easily could just be apocryphal. You have opinions on film music now versus then. It's better now. That's even with Hans Zimmer, and I don't really like Hans Zimmer's music. I don't consider it film scoring as much as sort of like soundscapes, which fits for certain things. Like I don't think that the Dark Knight trilogy or Inception or Dune would sound the same if it was like a John Williams score. That being said, you know, you listen back to some of these old film scores and they all kind of sound super cheesy. That might just be the cultural distance that we have from them, and that we hear that as like a certain style or whatever. To me, the more different styles, the better, which I'm not like a super big fan of one or another. Thoughts on Unsuk Chen? I haven't studied a lot of her music, but what I have studied I've really liked. All right. I'm going to keep going. I'm not going to yank these off the shelves necessarily because there's not a whole lot to... Oh, excuse me. I told you the books down here would cause problems. Right, so stuff over here, this is like the not super fancy stuff. A lot of spiral bound things. Books from, like, for instance, this is like a packet that my conducting professor in undergrad put together as like the textbook. It's like little excerpts of things. There's a huge Norman Lebrecht article in here for who knows what reason. Interesting writer, just not really that relevant to how to learn how to conduct. And various scores around here as well. I don't have as many scores as people might think, but that's just, again, because I have access to huge, fantastic institutional libraries. There's no reason for me to like own a copy of something that the library just has that I can get at any time. Between that and library online resources and IMSLP, you know, I have the scores that I have for a reason. For instance, the complete piano vocal score to Lulu. I got a lot of stuff for that one class. But it's also not the kind of pretty stuff that you want to display on a shelf. So, which is why I put it behind me, so you can't see it in much of the videos. There's also, the prettiest stuff back here is probably my hymnal collection. This one's kind of non-denominational. There's 3 Lutheran ones, and then a Methodist one. Then every year I used to have more non-music-y books. The only non-music-y books I got left on the channel are my collection of Far Side comics, which several people recently have mentioned that it's like, oh, you like the Far Side, right? And like, I don't really speak about it to other people, so I guess I just give out vibes of liking Gary Larson's work. Right, over here. Robert Shapiro, who also did the big Lacy's book that I mentioned earlier, he also wrote the bibliography of Teofea. I know there are other sources on her. This I found suitable for my purposes for doing a relatively short video, but he clearly knows his stuff. I don't think I'd recommend it necessarily for someone who's just like looking for more casual reading on it. This is like, it's part biography, part like starting point for further research. That's what biobibliographies are. This panned out in the way that I expected. Like what I thought the Neo was going to be was what it was with this. These 2 books came out independently of one another, like pretty much one right after the other, like right around the same time. So Roger Nichols and Graham Johnson writing with 2 very different lenses, Poulenc. With the former, or the top one I should say here, it is more of a standard biography. I think that Nichols did a really good job. Johnson, I remember reading this fairly quickly after the Nichols because it really is, it says a life in the songs. It really is talking about Poulenc through the songs. And he wrote a lot of songs. I'm curious as to how I would have read this one if I hadn't read this one first. If you're going to read one of them, definitely this one. Unless you're like super duper into the songs. I think this one, it's an interesting read, but maybe not worth your time. I'm not picking my nose, by the way. I have an itch right here. A couple of Kurt Weill books, which he's always really fascinated me as a composer, but I've just never done a video on him. So one is The Life and Music, which is more of a standard biography, The Days Grow Short. And the other one is more specifically about his relationship with Lotte Lenya, who plays like one of the main villains in From Russia with Love. I did not put 2 and 2 together until like about a year ago, and I was like, what? Oh, I knew I recognized that name from someplace. So very multifaceted, and possibly more influential in the culture than her somewhat erstwhile husband. But Kurt Weill, I did a lot of research into Bertolt Brecht. A little, well, not a lot. I did some for a class in Bertolt Brecht that I took in my senior year of undergrad. And Weill, of course, intersects with him quite a bit, as does Hindemith. But one thinks of Weill more as the main collaborator of Brecht in some of his stuff. History of Jazz. I got this at a store called the Brookline Booksmith. It's got its basement is just all used books. It's slightly cheaper than what's upstairs. Brookline, Massachusetts, which is kind of ritzy place. It's where John F. Kennedy was born. If that means anything to you. So Hedgeria is like one of the like big jazz scholars, and I've used this a couple times as a reference book for like timings of things, different questions. You know, I appreciate jazz. This channel is not the jazz nerd. So I try to make sure that anything I say on jazz is as well researched as I can make it. Well, we've hit the 3-hour mark. What am I doing with my life? What are you doing with yours? Thank you for being here. I appreciate everybody hanging out. I knew that would happen. Aaron Copland. This is not his, not Pollock's first book. Carpenter came out before then. He also had like Walter Piston and some of the Harvard composers before then. But I think this is his first like big major league book. And The Life and Work of an Uncommon Man. This is so something that Pollock did, or does, I should say, most of his books, is that he'll interleave chapters of basically talking about the life and then focusing on the works of like one period to the next, mostly like following. So you have one chapter on the life, next chapter on the music that he wrote during that last section. So you almost have these pairs of chapters going through the book. I think knowing that is the key to appreciating the level of scholarship without getting too bogged down by thinking that it's just a straight through biography. I mean, in Copland, this is I think this is a great Copland volume. Something that Pollock does a lot is he'll not just take like John Alden Carpenter, for instance. There's no other book on John Alden Carpenter, really. But there are plenty of books on Copland. But with a lot of these volumes, like he'll mention, as is pretty customary for, you know, if you're doing a biography on something that someone else did a biography on, you should justify why you're doing that. So there's we'll get to another one just in a few seconds, where he does that a little bit stronger than with those volumes. My brain is getting all mushy at this point. This is Diane McVeigh's other book. So this is Gerald Finzi, who, in the viewfinder, he looks a little derpy, but he does. I swear he doesn't in real life. Finzi is, well, first of all, McVeigh is like, as far as I'm concerned, the Finzi scholar. There's a few others who are interested in Finzi. But this is the Finzi source. He shows up just a small amount in other English composers that I've looked at. You know, Elgar, Vaughan Williams, Holst. He's also one of these kind of N of ones because I'm not familiar with him well enough to know if he taught anyone else or like continued on that musical legacy. But he was also, I mean, he's a super refined composer. I mean, he spent so many years just meticulously making sure every note was so perfect. And that's something that really shines through in this. This book is also one of the first volumes on that was even available to be written on Finzi, much in the same way that Michael Short's biography of Holst draws a lot from family sources, but it's not directly from the family. The family archives were opened to Diana McVeigh for this project. So again, when you think about that, it's like, well, how much was she perhaps willing to skip over unsavory bits? I'm not saying that is the case, not in the video on Finzi, but that's one of the things you think about when you're reading these sorts of things is like, what incentives would you might have to paint someone in one light or another? Laurel Faith Shostakovich biography. Great. I think. This is another random books that I got. I think this is also at the Strand in New York, called One Woman in 100, story of Edna Phillips, who was, I want to say, the harpist in the Philadelphia Orchestra, and also something of a music patron herself, if I have my story straight. She was the ensemble's first female member, right? It doesn't, hold on, it doesn't say what. I'm pretty sure she was a harpist, but I can't find that information quickly. Anyway, as again, someone like Ina Boyle is like, I didn't know who this person was, but it seemed fascinating enough that, you know, one of these days, if I do another like series of interesting or important women in music, which I did really at the very start of the channel, practically speaking, if I ever return to that and do like a series of smaller videos, this might be a good subject for that. YouTube has these shorts now where they're like trying to do the TikTok thing, which I find sort of morally detestable. But if that's where the platform goes, I'm sure there's like really short form content that I could do that would save my brain. This is a book just on the Messiaen Quartet for the End of Time. I know a lot about this piece already, but having all this in kind of one volume is nice, because then it goes through the background of, like, again, why this is important, why this is a piece that resonates so strongly, and yeah, I've really only had the chance to flip through this enough to know that I wanted to buy it. I have a problem. The only solution is more books. You know, sometimes it feels like hoarding, but then it's like, if you're doing a video on something, I say that as if you can relate to doing YouTube videos necessarily. There's an incredible amount of cross-pollination that happens, and being able to like just cross-reference something or research something without having to like make a special trip to the library. There's something really convenient, and it feels very scholarly about doing that. So you'd be surprised, even if I don't list it as a reference in one of the videos because I only like double-checked something. That's one of those. That's a great thing about just having a collection like this on hand. Paul Griffith's Modern Music and After. Someone was asking earlier about like musicology books that are influential and would recommend. This is one of them. So this is the 3rd edition. Pretty sure you can just find it for free online somewhere. Whether it's legal or not, I can't say, but I know that I have found it before. The 2nd edition is like teal or green, probably cheaper to find. This is a good starting point for so many names. Like, my Babbitt video just started with looking at all the different Babbitt sources in here and kind of following those rabbit holes. And Paul Griffiths is himself, he was the librettist for Elliot Carter, I want to say. Also, really weird novelist. Like, I forget what his claim to fame was. He wrote a novel where he like used fewer and fewer like letters as it went along, or something to that effect. You could probably look it up on your own. But he's not just a musicologist. So he's coming at it from a musicologist who's also a creative artist who's also interacted with and indeed collaborated with some of the figures in this book. So I got this for a class. Some buddies of mine from undergrad were just like, oh, it's so boring. I thought it was just fast. I just soaked this stuff up. I thought this was really fascinating. It doesn't go into this deep dive. It skims the surface of so many different things. But the 20th century is really just music since 1945. It's such a vast field that you get this much stuff, and it all makes you want to learn so much more about so much. And it's clear that, you know, someone like Griffiths clearly must have his own opinions about things, but he's willing to be as style neutral as possible and present the most interesting facets of a composer or their compositional choices or their style, even if he doesn't really care. for the music itself. Like I can't tell reading this book if he does or doesn't like the music. And I've attempted to emulate that as well. Like I've talked about composers on this channel whose music I don't care for that much, but I try to at least make a case as to why it's interesting and why you at least should give it a shot. Perhaps it might not always succeed, but it's been a model for me, this kind of writing. Some books in Elliott Carter. I should bring all of them at the same time. So this is just Carter's writings, mostly on other composers, not really Carter on Carter. Great writer, just he was very reticent to talk about himself. And these are the 2 volumes by David Schiff, friend of the show. Carter being, I actually got a discount on this because the bookseller was like, oh, it's a little slanted actually. Like the binding just sits a little strangely. I was like, that's fine. So this is the biography of Carter. And, Schiff knew Carter fairly well. So he was able to paint an illuminating picture, even though the number of sources available out there on Carter, not that many. I really like that. And then there's the music of Elliott Carter, which only if you're really interested in the musical techniques and know something about them going into this. This is the 2nd edition. It runs out in like the 90s, I think. Forget the bibliography, that should tell us. I think it runs out in like 94. But Schiff pulls no punches in showing us exactly how complicated this stuff can get. Which I appreciate, but trying to distill all this into something that I could explain, that was a fun experience. More stuff. This I actually get to brag about a little bit. This book is actually out now, but a guy got a copy of Samuel Barber, which is Howard Pollock's latest book, when it was still an advanced reader's copy. Like I said, friend of the show. So just look forward. Even though he's not really that high up in the request pool, are you quite done? Even though he's not that far up in the request pool, because I got this, I'd love to do a video on Barber using this as a primary source and then have Pollock back on the show at some point to talk about this book and the process, and also any burning questions that people have after that episode's out. So hopefully sometime this summer. I'd love to, but it's got to be after the big move. Put this back. There's 2 books on Cage here. So this I got like in one of these really early like gifts. It's very, very small, very thin. It's by Rob Haskins, who's, writings on Cage in here hold up. But again, it's just really small, so he has to compress things down for this. It's a series of critical lives. A book I'd recommend much more than that is The Roaring Silence, which is the life of John Cage, but by David Revel, who's been really involved in playing and researching John Cage. So gives Cage a fair perspective from someone who's clearly more Cage aligned than someone who's, shall we say, more skeptical about what Cage's philosophy is, which I think a lot of us can be. I think you either love him or you hate him. This is a Kyle Gann volume. Robert Carl talked about Kyle Gann's, one of Kyle Gann's other books, but Kyle Gann has a number of books. This one's on the music of Colin Nankoro. And prior to Gann, I'm given to understand that there wasn't a ton of scholarly research about Nankoro. And this is not a biography. It really is an analysis of the music itself. But when you're looking at these volumes, what might be accepted in common knowledge now about, say, the way that Nanguro structured his music, I mean, how much of that is like actually comes from sources like this originally? Probably a lot more than you might imagine. And Ginn has done a really good job at looking at, can't remember some of the other names offhand, but he's done a good job of excavating composers who are not as well known. And Nanguro has had something of a resurgence and a renaissance in recent decades. He's still not a very commonly known composer, and I tend to think that his, how do I want to put this? He's maybe reached his limit in terms of the number of people who have, who would like that kind of music, because it is very experimental. And if you don't like the kind of janky player piano sound, you know, it might not be for you. A few more. It's a Humphrey Carter book on Benjamin Britten, which I'm excited to dig my teeth into at some point, maybe within the next year, I hope. And this is not coming from a musicological perspective either, because it's all crinkly. Humphrey Carpenter also wrote a book on W.H. Auden. So again, I like when non-musicologists talk about music, but there is something to be gained from musicologists doing it, and this wouldn't be that. But it is cited in a number of the sources, and as far as I can tell, thought of quite well in the more scholarly communities. This is not to say that if you're not a musicologist, you can't do a good job at making a good scholarly source, but you just might not be looking at the music through the same sort of lens. I mean, it's the reason that the Liszt book that I have is so controversial among Liszt fans, because it speaks so strongly to the life and almost nothing on the music. Two Milton Babbitt books that I have are really just collections of his own writings and lectures. There's no like one Babbitt biography source out there, so I had to cobble it together from a ton of different places. And so this is Words Without Music, which was a series of lectures that he gave at, I think, at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Yeah, Professor of University of Wisconsin Press. And then this is just his collected essays, which, as far as I recall, don't actually contain these, because these were lectures that he gave, and these are just published essays. So all the famous stuff is in here. Like the Who Cares If You Listen article, which I know wasn't the name of it. I know. But that all that stuff is in here. And Babbitt was unafraid of like telling you exactly what he thought about pretty much anything. So it's not like reading Carter, where he's a little more cagey about his own stuff and mostly talks about other things. Like, he's perfectly willing to talk about his own music and his own opinions in here. And he's fun to read. I mean, Babbitt he's just fun to read, which is not something that one gets from a lot of composers and writers on music. Speaking of books over here not written by musicologists, this is Thelonious Monk by Robin D.G. Kelly. I got this just because I wanted to expand my library to include more jazzers. But I've not done a video on Monk, even though I really enjoyed a lot of all the music that I've heard of him, more so than some of the other jazz greats. I think there's really something that Monk has going for him. But it's written by someone who's not a musicological scholar. Kelly has written a number of books, but they're not really on music, or I think even the arts. This is kind of an N of one for that. But what I have read of it, it is superbly researched, and I believe the Monk family, again, kind of opened up the archives, which I mentioned it earlier with some other books. Like, well, you know, maybe not. There's a reason to be a little bit biased. George Rochberg I mentioned a minute ago, wrote The Aesthetics of Survival. This is, it reads more of like a collection of essays than like one singular book. Rockberg, something that I don't think he said it on camera, but something Robert Carl told me about Rockberg was that, you know, every lesson with him would turn into, you know, theoretical or philosophical conversations about the history and trajectory of Western civilization itself. Like someone who really thought deeply about the implications of everything that he did and the deep connections that he had to the past. And that's evident in his writings as well as in his music. It does feel like his writings are an extension of the historical perspective that his string quartets, for instance, are all about exploring. The Joy of Music, which is another kind of lecture essay collection by Bernstein. I didn't learn much from this. Frankly, I kind of skimmed it. I thought it would be a little bit more useful, but the Humphrey Burton biography, there's a bunch of biographies of Bernstein. Burton worked with Bernstein. He was like a TV producer, I think. But someone who spent a lot of time making sure that things in here were right. And there's some stuff in here that I can't find in other sources. You've asked me about, like, where did you find this information? I was like, this page in this book. So I'd like to think, because just of how well researched it is, mostly, that he's not just pulling something out of his butt. But I don't think he is. This is the only biography of Bernstein I've read, but I never got the sense that he was sugarcoating anything. Like, Bernstein comes across warts and all in this, in a way that is refreshing when you look at. Have I said the word refreshing too much? I have no idea what I'm even saying anymore. Thanks. Why did I do this? But like I've said throughout this video, if you're really close to the subject matter, if you're really close to it, you're likely to be a little more biased in one way or another. Like with Robert Kraft and Stravinsky. I mean, if you literally live in the guy's house for that long, right? Just as his like live-in assistant, with Igor and Vera, are you ever going to say anything like truly negative about Stravinsky? Probably not. And you don't. That sense does not come across in the Burton biography. Done with another shelf. Okay. We're almost done, if you can believe that. Favorite of the new Complexity bunch. I'm a fantasy man myself. I'm going to say Chris Dench. James Dillon is a close second. I have met Richard Barrett. He's interesting. He didn't seem to recognize me, even though he has gotten into fights in my comment section with people on that video. Don't think you put two and two together. Fantasy, I've never gotten into it just because it seems like too much. Like, he has some really beautiful moments in like the history of photography and sound, or even some of the piano concertos where the maximalism comes across better if there's more instruments. Someone like Boulez, I think Boulez is at his worst with the solo piano stuff, and frankly Fantasy is as well. But that's just my taste. Min says, I'm a very skilled, trained jazz musician who's wanting to begin writing classical music. How much do you think I need to learn proper classical theory, or can I get by with what I have? Thanks. I think if you're trained in one version of music theory, then learning a different version of music theory can be more of a harm than it is a good. Like, you want to write music that sounds like Mozart, it's worth studying classical, like, harmonic theory. But if you don't, you just want to write something that's a little bit more classically oriented, I'd say lean into your jazz training. There's a huge number of composers out there who, from Gershwin on down, who have been openly influenced by their jazz training. David Stanford, if you're not familiar with his music, really fantastic stuff. I mean, he's classically trained, but a lot of his stuff is like for big bands, but it sounds like very orchestral. Brilliant composer. So yeah, I mean, theory is at a certain level can bog you back down again, especially if you think of it more as like prescriptive versus descriptive. Roger Nichols is a wonderful scholar and writer and plan to read his Ravel biography. Ooh, he has a Ravel biography. I would be interested in that. Jack's got many composer biographies. But yeah, Jack knows what I'm talking about. Brookline Booksmith. I have things in my car right now. I got a tote bag from them. I say that as though it's, some kind of flex. All right. There's a bunch of CDs down here. 2-octave MIDI controller. You see I've lost any care about being orderly here. I should go on here. Yeah. I'm all hooked up in here. This is just whatever I have currently checked out of the music library for various reasons. Either I think they're going to be interesting to read for projects over the summer, or like if I'm writing a saxophone piece for next year, and so like having a technique of saxophone playing book is interesting. I have books currently out on Schenker, key characteristics in the 19th century, modes and keys, visual music, notating medieval music, music in Germany post 1945, and something by Adorno as well. Yeah, I think Adorno could be very interesting to do a video on, but he's so confusing. He's so confusing. I don't know. I've tried to read him, my eyes just sort of glaze over. But I think this led to a lot of misunderstandings of who he is. Digging down here. Another one of my blind spots musically is musical theater. I don't really know that much about it. I've never been a huge fan. But there are a few books I have on it. One is The Great White Way, which is by Warren Hoffman. And this is within the Race and Ethnic Studies publication division of the American Studies division of the theater division of Rutgers. So to this day, I get emails from Rutgers University Press selling me things that I don't really want. And this talks a lot about the racial and ethnic ramifications of the way that Broadway started and the way that it, I think, continues on even today. This was a supplementary book for a class that I took on American musicals, which I found really interesting because I don't really know that much about them. I feel like I still don't, but it's just not something that I'm really into. Think of that what you will. I gotta put these over here. This is, I want to say I got this at a bookstore near Harvard. I forget what it's called. I should figure that out. By John Rockwell, who was a music critic mostly. But the reason I got this is that a book called All American Music contains, let's see if I can find the content. Yeah, it's the table of contents. It talks about art music, it talks about Babbitt, Elliott Carter, Cage, Ralph Shapey, who, if you see my Robert Carl interview, talks about Robert Shapey a little bit. Stylistically all over the map, right? From those high modernists to Philip Glass, Laurie Anderson, ends with Talking Heads. And as soon as I saw it, I was like, I have to buy this book. But what I appreciate about that is quite simply that Rockwell is giving a bunch of different styles of music a fair shake, and he's listening to all of them equally as like equally American styles of music, which I totally agree with. I think it's completely valid. The Winds of Change by Frank L. Battisti, one of the real early movers and shakers in the wind ensemble movement in the United States. I want to say he was involved with what, the Eastman Wind Ensemble? Also Frederick Fennell. I read this a long time ago, so I'm getting some things mixed up now. But it's about the evolution of the wind ensemble as what I consider to be the new orchestra. The number of composers who are writing for wind ensemble these days has drastically expanded. And a good thing as well. I don't think that wind ensemble composers are given the same credit as orchestral composers are these days. Like, I've seen some criticism of composers like John Mackey, just because like, oh, he's a wind ensemble composer. A lot of that's just coded, oh, he makes money in music. He makes money writing new music. We don't like that. It's like, that doesn't say anything about the quality of his work or not. Like, I happen to think it's fantastic. And he gets a lot of performances because there's a lot of wind ensembles out there who really want to play new music. As opposed to orchestras, which today feels like you're going to have to drag them kicking and screaming to do any of it. And because there's just more of them. And high schoolers typically aren't in a union. So I'm kidding. I'm pro-union. Although I understand where Vierne was coming from with his complaints about them. György Ligeti. This is not a Ligeti biography. This is a collection of analyses about Ligeti and his music and different influences. I like it, but it's not a biography. Maria Callas. Not read this, but figured I needed to have it on my shelf. She's a super important figure. Although I do focus more on the composition side, as you probably noticed. Some more down here. I got 2 John Coltrane books. I've wanted to do a video on Coltrane for a while because there is a statue of John Coltrane in my hometown of High Point, North Carolina. He wasn't born there, but he lived there for a time. And frankly, that's about the only thing High Point has going for it culturally. I get to make fun of them. I'm from there. Stockhausen, collection of essays on music. Influential and I wouldn't say formative, but this had an outsized impact on how I thought about ways of conceiving of music. Even if I didn't agree with it, it's like it got my brain thinking in completely new directions. I do recommend it. Luciano Berio, it says 2 interviews here. And sort of like Babbitt, there's not like one source on like everything Berio. It's the closest you're probably going to get. The 2 interviews are kind of melded together to create one coherent narrative. I found that this gets cited a lot in other writings on Berio, which is kind of a shame because it's quite thin, and thus getting biographical information is a little bit more fraught for Berio than it is for some other composers. But much like the Stockhausen, right, this is one of those things that it opens up your brain in new directions if you're willing to get inspired by it, even if you don't think much of Berio's music. Book on Sarah Vaughan, who I don't remember where I got this, but I remember getting it because I thought it looked cool. And that's some of that on the shelf, you know? I don't have things to say about everything. This is the most popular music that my shelf gets. A book called Hillbilly Maidens, Okies, and Cowgirls by Stephanie Vanderwell, who it's easy to get a signed copy because she also teaches at Buffalo. So just stop by the office to get a signed copy. Well, not the copy. I bought the copy and then she signed it. But it is focused on women's country music in a very specific frame. And I haven't done like a deep reading of this, mostly because I feel like I've gotten a lot of this information by taking her classes. Some stuff. John Williams' film music. I remember reading like a bunch of this just in one sitting. It comes from Emilio Audustino, probably butchering that. It comes from, I believe, his like a dissertation that he did. A lot of it does focus on some very specific film scores and film cues, but it makes a lot of coherent sense, and it demystified a lot of Williams's techniques that he uses throughout all of his film composition. Again, not biographical, but it's a good read. I mean, if you really are into contemporary film music and like want to write like John Williams, This Life of Sounds, Evenings for New Music in Buffalo. Yeah. This is kind of a local history sort of thing. So Renee Levine Packer, who wrote this book, I talked to her so last summer, I was commissioned to help make a documentary on Lucas Foss, who was here in Buffalo for 7 years as the director of not just the Buffalo Philharmonic, but he was also very deeply involved in Evenings for New Music, which is part of the Center for Creative and Performing Arts at UB. So he's a lot of connections in the area. And someone who did a lot of stuff, a lot of really interesting stuff in his career, but he wasn't as famous as Bernstein because he wasn't in New York City. So he kind of fell off the map after that. In terms of what he did in not just arts administration, but turning different orchestras around and being intimately involved in the musical life in Buffalo and points beyond other places he went to, Milwaukee, Brooklyn. I would say he was more influential for the places he was than Bernstein was. Bernstein just got the limelight, but they were good friends. So I read this as part of that, and I actually interviewed her for the documentary, which is not public anywhere. It pains me to say that. I hope it eventually will. I'd love to post it on the channel. Her interview didn't actually get into the final cut because I didn't do the editing. But this talks about those like early evenings of new music in the 1970s, or really 60s and 70s, where Foss came to Buffalo and was like doing new music downtown the city and brought in like a laundry list of amazing composers from all over the world to Buffalo, and like overnight transformed Buffalo and from like Buffalo into an international hub of new music. And it's never really quite lost that reputation, even though it's been diminished quite a bit over the years. Boy, I don't know how I'm going to get out of here with all these books around the floor. Brian Fernyhough by Lois Fitch. This is much, it's focused quite a bit on the analytical side of Fernyhough. Fernyhough's biography only comes up insofar as it is relevant to the music that he's writing. And it's divided by genre. So basically, she talks about notation. Like the biography section is like a few pages. Then she talks about notation and notational practices, and then talks about solo, chamber, orchestral works, that sort of thing. And this was a strong source for the Fernyhough section on my new complexity video. I've been sitting on my shelf for a while, and I was not disappointed when I finally got a chance to read it. So I have two somewhat related books here. How Music Works by David Byrne, and Song and Circumstance, the work of David Byrne from Talking Heads, the present by Sitsistinstra. I'm sorry, I probably messed that up. This one, I think this is from like 2010, 2012. 2012 reprinted 2017. This is not so much about the narrative forward, but you can kind of pop around to different chapters in here because David Byrne talks about different aspects of music making, his musical process, as well as like the music industry and how people can make money in music. I really enjoyed this because there are, again, like I said earlier, the most fascinating thing about any of these books is learning about composers' processes and just like how Byrne was writing songs for Talking Heads. I can kind of understand why they broke up, right? Because it really was a lot of his creative impulses behind what they did. And a lot of his fame still is really what he did back then. Though he has a number of really interesting songs. I think he's got more like politically engaged in some of his solo albums. But I do like this book. It's a real mix. And something that he mentioned earlier as something he mentions early in this book that I mentioned earlier is how deeply interesting Wagner is. And Byrne points something out in this book that I'd never really considered before. Because Byrne's thesis in the first few chapters is how the environment in which music exists shapes the music itself. The environment shapes the music. So drumming, like really loud drumming, makes sense in West Africa because most of the context for music, the way the music evolved was outdoors. Whereas Gregorian chant evolved to fit the space of the Gothic cathedrals because you had a lot of like really rich harmonies. It would get ruined because the delay time is so much. Now, it's a food for thought. I'm not sure how much I agree with it. I think it's an interesting way to parse things. But what I like about it is he's not trying to make it unfalsifiable because he says Wagner's the exception. Like Wagner envisioned a music and then made the space for it at Bayreuth. Like talks about how the Bayreuth theater is specifically acoustically shaped to fit what Wagner was trying to do in his operas. I just thought that was interesting. But like David Byrne, good book. This is kind of a weird. I enjoyed this book as well. It's kind of a weird, deeply philosophical look into David Byrne's music and a lot of the lyrics as well. Sitsistinstra he's literally a philosopher. He's not really coming at it from a musical perspective, but he's not analyzing Byrne as a musician. He's analyzing Byrne as a philosopher. And Byrne says it's uncannily on the money, which it was really helpful to have when I was doing a bunch of papers on Talking Heads because then I have more things to cite than just Byrne himself. And then speaking of Talking Heads, for a long time their producer was Brian Eno, who was also behind a lot of great music in his own right, ambient music. He's the founder of that. And a lot of this is very visual, right? So all these pictures and paintings, and there's some text, but it really is talking about the visual aspect of music making. And is somewhat like Byrne, someone that even if I'm not a fan of everything that he's done, reading about it and reading about his processes gets you thinking in new ways. And that's part of what he was trying to do with his oblique strategies games of trying to get people to think creatively, do this, do that. And the albums that he produced with Talking Heads, especially Fear music and Remain in Light. I don't think they would sound anything close to what they are without Eno's influence. I'm not opposed to musical theater. I would like to like it. I have this for some reason. I think my girlfriend found it on the porch at her old apartment. It's about as much as I know about this. Season with Solti, A Year in the Life of the Chicago Symphony. This smells like an old book. I picked this up because it again just seemed interesting. Garrick Solti comes up occasionally when reading about composers getting works performed, especially in Chicago at a certain era. I think eventually this is going to come in handy, but it's very much like tracking along with Solti and the Chicago Symphony for a whole year, basically. So if that's really your thing, maybe check it out, or not. Composer's Guide to Game Music by Winifred Phillips. So ludomusicology is the fancy term. It's come about in the past now, 10, 15 years or so, to describe game music. And this is about really how to write it, assuming that you have a background in music, knowing how to write for video games, which is very different than writing for TV, film, because it has to work in loops. It has to work in a way that's interesting to the player, that's not going to get old after a while, that can segue pretty quickly between itself and other parts of the music, like because it's not going to take every player the same amount of time to get to a level, right? So you don't want the cut between one thing to the next to be unusual. That's kind of the real basics of composing for games that makes them fundamentally different than composing for other, in combination with other creative media. It's more similar, I think, to writing for dance, to a certain extent. Especially if you're playing something live for dance, and you're improvising something, and you're able to see what the performers are doing, and you can try to line things up, and your performance is not going to be the same every time. It's somewhat similar to this. I've not had a chance to write any game music. I don't think I'd say no, but I'm not sure I'd say yes either. It seems more trouble than it's worth. American Gamelan, the Ethnomusicological Imagination. So for those of you who've seen my video on Balinese Gamelan, that was with the author of this book, Elizabeth Glendenning, she was also behind the group at Wake Forest that went to the Smithsonian. And I did not get this signed. I had this into my old apartment. I'm actually cited in here, one of my pieces, which I wrote for Balinese Gamelan and piano, a couple of Balinese Gamelan instruments and piano, was cited in here as an excellent example of bimusicality and as a pedagogical tool as well, which is kind of fun because it was kind of an occasional piece that I wrote for my senior recital that gets cited in a publication. That's kind of cool. We're almost done. Almost 4 hours. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's where The Complete Musician comes in. I mentioned this at the very beginning of the stream. This is The Complete Musician by Stephen Leitz, which, it's complete. I was never taught out of this. I have this as a result of someone having given it to me when they no longer needed it. Ooh, there's a CD in the back. Let's see how often I open that thing. Another book by a current UB faculty member. I've been meaning to get this one signed. This is called Music and the Politics of Negation. As much as I admire Jamie, I find this work very hard to read. He's one of these writers that's like, it's super academic, so I feel like I'm going to Google for every third word. There's clearly a fascinating argument somewhere in here, but I would love at some point to be able to have the reading chops to understand what it is. There's a lot of like thinking of Mozart, for instance, as a fundamentally postmodern composer. It's like, that's kind of an interesting thesis. I'd love to see where that goes. But I feel like I need to know so much more about the philosophical background. It was more of a philosophy textbook than it is a music book, I feel like, just from a philosopher's standpoint trying to read it. This is a book that I feel like I'm bringing out a good deal during given Zoom lessons these days, which is Samuel D. Solomon's How to Write for Percussion. This is the gold standard when it comes to literally writing for percussion. So it doesn't just cover the ins and outs of techniques. It also talks about, like, there's a huge amount of information here on just setting up your stand and your like how you're going to notate and figure out the choreography of everything. Every question I've ever had about writing for percussion has been answered in this book, which is saying something because it's not that thick. So thickness does not equal quality. That's thick with either a C or a K, or two C's, or three C's. I don't know. I don't know how the youth are spelling it these days. This Business of Music. This is a book, and this is a 9th edition. I think it's probably on the 10th or 11th by now. I've used this as a reference guide to the music business, like the music industry in all of its forms. One-stop shop. Good book. This is another tonal theory book that I have, Harmonic Practice in Tonal Music. I happen to have it. I think I use this sometimes when I was looking for like examples of like augmented sixths, I want to say. Because sometimes the same books, like you'll have a couple of the same examples. And I was like, I really want to find some interesting rabbit holes to go down with that. Find some examples. I'm pretty sure I used that for this, or use this for that. There's a 4th edition now of this, Study of Orchestration, Samuel Adler, which I've skimmed through. It seems to have a lot more in it than the 3rd edition. More examples, more writing for ensembles other than the orchestra, right? This really is about writing for the orchestra, more so than writing for, say, wind band. And I am pretty sure that... so the wind ensemble section in this edition is quite slim. But it's also one of the strongest handbooks of orchestration that you're likely going to get in terms of a total and up-to-date comprehensive look at the orchestra as it currently exists. But it is an orchestra textbook. There's some instrumentation, there's some talking about writing for different choirs, but it's really oriented towards the orchestra as the largest, the most important large ensemble of our time, which I don't think it is anymore. I think that's the wind ensemble. So I'm glad the 4th edition has, I think, corrected that. I got this for cheap. If anyone lives or knows about the quality of used bookstores along the I-40 corridor in North Carolina and Tennessee, you may know the name of McKay. It's either McKay's or McKay. Really cheap stuff. And I got this there. It is a philosophy book. Meaning, Ontology, and Emotion. And yeah, Seems cool. It's a music research handbook. I haven't used this a ton, but sometimes if I'm like really stumped about where to kind of go with something, this can at least give me a few ideas. A couple books on music psychology that I got secondhand from someone who was downsizing their collections. An introduction and the actual psychology of it by different people, of course. I find that there's a lot of discussion of the psychology of music embedded in all the other books that I've talked about, rather than looking at like the psychology of music directly. But there's been a lot of research in theorists who are interested in music cognition these days. I talked about some of the research in my video about cross-domain mapping relatively recently, really just skimming the surface of music theorists who are turning their attention towards how we conceptualize music. I'm sure there are overlaps between that and the actual psychology of music. But I don't know what these... Doesn't say on the back what these scholars actually studied, if they were psychologists or if they were musicians, first and foremost. So I can't give a recommendation one way or another on those. Okay, that's gone. So a few others that I've managed to snag. Another Cambridge Introduction to Electronic Music. This, I remember when I first read this many years ago, I was fascinated. This is the first time I learned about the theremin, the telharmonium, the, that other big room-sized one. It's not the telharmonium, and there's one other one. It's not just all about the technology either. It also talks about like musique concrète and the like philosophy behind that, the way that sound art like entered the mainstream. It covers a lot of ground, but also like I thought, oh, I can use this as a secondary source for my theremin video. There's like a few pages on theremin in here, whereas Albert Linsky has a huge book on the theremin that I actually recommended in the video. It was so good and such a great source for that. And this is an example of something that like I have done reading, I just don't happen to know in the book. And there's two books by Raymond Knapp on the American musical. So this is the American musical and the formation of national identity. And he also has a book on the American musical and the formation of like something else identity. It's kind of like a two-volume set. I think so. So this is someone who's interested not just in the American musical, but also Raymond Knapp has written stuff on Mahler. He's written stuff on Brahms. So this comes at the American musical from, I think, more of an operatic background, or at least a background where he understands the links that it has between like the European tradition and like the formation of an American national identity in this case. Am I crazy, or is it? It should say somewhere in here what this other book is. I guess you can look it up. Anyway, barely says down here on one of these old tags, used, very good. I happen to agree. Are we done? No, we're not. There's some upstairs. Some up there. Let's see. Oh, it feels good to stand up after all this time. Get rid of that infernal squeaking for a second. All right. So up here, Oh, that's unfortunate. There we go. It's a book of poems by Robert Service, who is... I've said a bunch of Service poems before, especially in undergrad. And all these bookmarks are from my great-grandfather, who was a real big Service fan. And a lot of the books I inherited from him, many of which are not here. They're still at my parents' house in North Carolina. I have a habit of just keeping all the bookmarks exactly where he last put them. Somehow keeping his legacy alive, I think. But Service is one of those poets who he's often thought of as a composer of doggerel, let's say, like unserious poems. As a result, there's not many settings of them, and so like there's some stuff in there that's, you know, they're kind of stupid, but there's a lot of stuff that he wrote that is very evocative and I think very musical, which is why I enjoyed studying so many texts of his. Gerald Klickstein, The Musician's Way, is a piece of garbage. I found no use for this as a composer. I was forced to read this for some experimental class that I had to take during my first year of undergrad. And some of the performers that I knew like kind of got something out of it. I think as a composer, this is just dog trash. I have no problem saying it. More orchestration books. Ugh. So this is a classic on top of a classic, Hector Berlioz's Treatise on Instrumentation. Strauss came along later and said, I got to update this. No one uses the ophicleide anymore. And they updated everything. So it has, even since Strauss, become less and less relevant. But it is still super useful because a lot of these instruments haven't really changed that much. The techniques have evolved a good deal, though. Henry Brandt, Orchestrator's Handbook. This really is just a list of interesting orchestrational things. It's got like 40-odd chapters and a couple of appendices that show off some of his techniques, like just a chapter on like the piano as an orchestral instrument. So it's not really something you'd read through all at once. It is a very specific kind of reference manual. I don't think you'd really read through any orchestration book all at once, but that really is what this is more so than some of the other ones. What else? Some workbooks, some old textbooks. A lot of these are not really that interesting. Yeah. Max Rager, Modulation Handbook. My students will know me yanking this out a lot. Literally wrote the book on modulation, getting from any key to any other key in the fastest possible way. And some of these sound kind of silly. But also one of these books that opens up your mind to the possibilities of getting from one place to another. The bane of my undergraduate existence. Robert Starr, well, not quite, but a lot of us felt that way. Robert Starr was a composer who I think is probably best known for this book at this point. It's a series of pedagogical exercises of increasing difficulty, like etudes, essentially. They managed to misspell Juilliard on the back, so I don't know what that tells you about this particular publication, but I have no fond memories. One of the earliest orchestration books that's kind of still in use as an orchestration as opposed to an instrumentation book. It's an important distinction to make with Berlioz is about instrumentation. Rimsky-Korsakov is about orchestration. To orchestrate is to create, and this cannot be taught. That's the quote on the back. And it's in two parts. So you have all the text in the front, and you have all the examples in the back. So it's not interleaved. It's just published exactly as it was back in the day. There's no reason not to go back and put the examples right after what you're talking about. And they're all examples of his own music. It was like, you know, tooting your own horn a little bit. Like, I know you're good, but surely there's something to be gained from looking at other composers, Rimsky. Dumb. Overblown, overhyped. Stupid, you know? I don't care anymore about being nice. Ugh. This is a bunch of random textbooks. This is from my undergraduate music theory. This was supposedly the music history textbook from my undergrad. I never really read it because we were never quizzed on it. We were quizzed on the stuff that was actually in class. This I got for free because as part of a class during my master's, I had to do like a book review, and I found this fine. I don't think there's a whole lot of difference between like this and any other textbook around this size that also supposedly covers the entirety of music history. And this is kind of a book on like the origins of Appalachian American music that I got. I forgot where I got this. I don't remember if I got this on the Blue Ridge Parkway or somewhere in Western New York. Used to remember where I got all these things. Kind of a coffee table-ish book, but also something that oh, this is where I got it. Shout out to Perry, New York. Home of ice cream, I think, as well. There's a lot of Appalachian music of like Scotch-Irish provenance, and this tracks a lot of that. I think there's a CD in the back of this too. Yeah. For those of us who can still play CDs. This is a very like basic level introductory thing. I think I got this as the result of like taking a college class for credit while in high school, like an online thing. It was below my level even then. And then this workbooks for the lates. Then I have 2 copies up here of what was my master's thesis. A big, I thought of it as kind of an opera without words called Breaks in Structured Time. And it was, boy, I'm starting to lose control of everything down here. Give me a second. So this was like my passion project when no one was performing anything. And I had a lot of fun like writing this piece, but I've only had little excerpts of it ever performed, because by the time people could start performing this again, I was off to writing stuff that I thought was even better than this. But I had 2 copies like all nice and bound and printed up, and they now live on my shelf. And that's about it. I do not have the energy to take you through my record collection, but just know there's a lot of Ives, and there's some Talking Heads, and there's some other interesting stuff like there's some orchestral arrangements of some Simon and Garfunkel songs. I think it might have been the Philadelphia Orchestra that did that. Yeah, the only last thing I'm kind of proud of is. This is not the full thing, but it is part of an actual Milton Babbitt manuscript, a piece called Counterparts. This is for brass quintet, it's immaculately scored. I mean, his handwriting was just exquisite. But this is apparently the actual manuscript of the 1992 Milton Babbitt piece. Which I'm happy to show off. All right. Ugh. Last few questions, and then we'll be done for the night. Then I have to have a very late dinner. Random video of random composer statues in the U.S. How would I even find those? I'm sure there's like an online list somewhere. I know in Harlem there's a big statue of Duke Ellington, like a huge plinth, but I don't think that's super random. Like, apparently there's one to Scott Joplin that's just across like the border from, I want to say Waverly, New York. It's on the New York-Pennsylvania border. And Foster went to boarding school there, around that area. And his earliest piece was a piece called the Tioga Waltz, which is for like a flute ensemble that was premiered in that area. And according to someone from like a local historical society there, apparently there's a statue to him somewhere around there. I get my story straight. But again, I don't think that's super random. Like, it is kind of random. It's like, well, why is Stephen Foster here? I don't think that's random. So I don't know what you're talking about when you say random. Because usually there's a story behind it. Wagner statue. Yeah, I'm sure there's a story about those Wagner statues and Rachmaninoff statues. Like, I'm sure there's not. They can't be totally random, right? Like, at least there has to be like someone who's like a really big Wagner fan in a certain area. Musical theater isn't really your thing. Have you ever heard Sondheim's greatest works? Any thoughts? Like, I can appreciate individual like songs from musical theater, and I can appreciate like what makes a good musical theater composer a good musical theater composer. It's just not something I choose to do, like how to like, or spend my time listening to, in any meaningful way. Please keep. Yeah, so this stream is just it's gonna stay. This train wreck is just gonna stay up until the end of YouTube or the internet. I mean, I consider this as replacing my old bookshelf tour video, and I wanted to just do a live stream and get it out of the way, rather than try to edit a 4-hour-long video. Oh my goodness. Oh, the things I do. This one of the last books is being written by Charles Wernin. And I'm wondering what your thoughts on Wernin's music are. If it wasn't answered already, I came back into it. Wernin is... He's thought of highly by a lot of people, I think highly of, but I've never thought much of his role in American music. And not just because he wasn't like an influential teacher. I don't think he was. That's not really for that reason. Maybe he was. My brain is fried. I'm sure he has at least some students that we know of today. I think James Romick is probably one of them. Anyway, Wernin's music, I don't find it super compelling. Again, like if I'm going to listen to like a really serialist composer, I would listen to Les Boulez. Wernin, I think there's some good stuff. I'm sure there's some good stuff. But every time I've tried to listen to it just seems like this kind of egghead academic stuff. I know I appreciated Babbitt a lot more after having to deep dive into Babbitt. I'm sure I'd feel the same about Wernin if I went really deep into Wernin. I've had some really interesting conversations about Wernin. There was one a philosophy professor who I went back and forth with via email for a while, who apparently had talked to Warren a good deal and tried to get Warren to admit things about his music, and never could quite get him to do that. Like, admit that maybe he wasn't using serial processes all the time, that he was more intuitive than he wanted to admit. And he never wanted to admit that. So I don't know whether he was just being coy or whether he was actually legitimately telling the truth, and that his serial processes kind of generated the next note. He has this quote about, the things I really don't like about him are really twofold. One is he has this quote about how basically you're not a serious composer if you don't use the 12-tone technique, which not even Babbitt thought that. I mean, Sondheim was one of Babbitt's students. Babbitt had plenty of students who didn't write in the 12-tone technique, and he didn't think of them as like poor or lesser composers because of it, in the way that Warren did. And second, one of the last things that he did before his passing that really made the news was basically to say that because they gave Kendrick Lamar the Pulitzer Prize for music in a certain year, it was like the death of Western culture or something to that effect. I'm getting the quote wrong, but it just seemed very blatantly racist in a way that, like, if you're serious about wanting to honor, right, the most influential music, really the best music of the time, like, sure, that's going to be influenced by, the opinions of the people who are on the Pulitzer board. But it seems to be an extension from basically saying, okay, this is not 12-tone serious academic music. It's hip hop. At least with Babbitt's take on hip hop, he's like, what is this scratching of records? I don't understand. He was like, I don't understand, rather than saying, awarding this person this prize is like an inherently terrible thing to do, which Warren seemed to think was like a genuinely terrible thing to do. And it just seems relatively unforgivable, because I think we tend to think of composers who are like very avant-garde. And in Warren's case, Warren was also gay. It's like you tend to think of people who are, marginalized in one way to be a little bit more open to other things and in other aspects of trying to open up American society and Western society more generally, but apparently not. And I've not done a video on Warren, but if that's taken out of context, I would be happy. I would welcome that as a relief, because he's one of the more significant latter-day serialists. And I don't want to think poorly of him, but now it kind of leaves a sour taste in my mouth to read that kind of stuff. That's more about him as a person than his music, but I would be remiss if I didn't say that about Warren. Recommend some contemporary variation or string clap. I'm going to assume that means string quartet. I mentioned earlier Sky McClay's Many Cadences, and it's a piece called Memento Mori. I don't remember if I don't think it's by Sky McClay. It might be by Nina C. Young. It's kind of like by a younger contemporary female composer. My brain is too shot to remember the name of it right now. There's some good stuff out there for string quartet. I think the stuff that's willing to engage with traditional tonal practices is the most evocative to me. Kind of stuff that emerges more out of the Rockberg tradition than out of the hypermodernist one. Let's see the records and CDs next time. Yeah. I mean, I don't live stream that often because I just don't like it. I mean, this has been relatively fun, but I don't expect this to be a usual thing. Yeah, I'm done. I'm out. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. And I hope the Elgar video will be out within the month. This is just kind of to give some extra content to everyone out there, in part, to give some extra content so that it wouldn't be such a long time between the Robert Carl interview and the big Elgar one. But now that all the books are, well, mostly off the shelf, I gotta go pack them up. 4 hours is nuts. Some people stream for like 8 hours a day. Like some people like on Twitch, like do that as a career. I would sooner stab myself in the eyeball. All right. Thank you all so much. It's not been huge viewership the whole time, but I'm sure this will keep on racking up the views as people later go through and do whatever they do. I'm beat. All right. Good night.